hope you are having a good Friday. I have just finished my last class of the semester, so I'm excited. We get to start with a Mixo puzzle, which I'm also excited about. I'll tell you about who voted for it in a minute. Also, I wanted to mention that there is a new game out called Animal Well, and as way of celebrating the end of the semester, I am going to stream it probably on Sunday and maybe some after that. I know enough about it to know that I don't want to know more about it until I play it. But anyway, it's got sort of puzzle Metroidvania elements. I don't know. I don't know too much beyond that. But anyway, so I'm going to do that at some point. Probably Sunday, but anyway, just thought I would let you know. So let's get started with this Mixo puzzle. This puzzle was voted for by the supporters Screaming Ice Cube, David, Plonk Time, Russ, Luda, Doomdiot, Paulfly, and Navario. So thank you very much. If you would like to vote for puzzles, you can support at the windmill level or above, and then you can get access to a giant list where you can vote. And for example, this one was part of a three-way tie. So you can very much sway the puzzles with even one vote. It is quite a potent thing. Paulfly says they've heard it's very good. I have also heard that it is very good consistently. And, well, I like good video games, so I am happy to do that. Okay, so this puzzle has a bunch of different rule sets, and conveniently they're all labeled in the grid. So I'm not going to say the standard rules because it will blow by so fast. But they're labeled in the grid, so I don't have to tell you like what the green line is and whatever. So if, for example, you don't know what a lockout line is, you can look under the lock over here. However, the sort of the meta overriding rule here is that these two things are clones. So they have exactly the same digits in the same positions, thing to thing. So that is the sort of the meta rule. So like that digit is the same as that digit, for example. And in fact, I think that's actually the place to start because these two are along a thermo and these two are along a German whispers. And so along a German whispers, we know things have to alternate high and low. So that one has to be low. Oops, I have to turn on my keypad. That one has to be low and that one has to be high. But of course, that means this one's high and this one's low. But then we get to actually good lift this because this is the third spot along a thermo. And so actually it can't be 1 or 2. And actually we get to sort of say we know that amount. And so this is 2, 3. This is 1, 2. Oh, and this isn't 1, 2 anymore. That is 3 or 4. So we end up with those things. Now, given that this Renbon has a number that is 2 or less on it, it can't possibly have any numbers on it that are larger than 5. So I can write that at least. So Sayori pointing out, therefore this number, because it's next to 3, 4, it can't be a 6 or a 7 because it's at least 5 away from that. And of course, this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, not 4. This is from 6, 7, 8, 9 as well, just sort of percolating this along the German whispers. Okay, so we also have arrow stuff. So for example, this is a sum of 3 digits. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9 because of that. Now that translates to saying that is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this number, by virtue of being on a length 3 arrow, is at most 6. However, I can do a little bit better. Because I know that my arrow needs to have 3 digits from 1, 2, 3 on it. And 2 of the digits from 1, 2, 3 are here. So there can only be 1, 1, 2, 3 in these digits. And therefore, this number has to be a 1, 2, 3 for sure. And now by entropy, that means that number is also a 1, 2, 3, which means this is well, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at least. But also, that means this can't actually be a 6 if you look at it, because these can't be 1, 2, 3, because again, only one of these is from 1, 2, 3. So actually, this is high, which then by entropy actually makes this medium-y. So we have that combination of stuff. Now, Jay Dyer was pointing out that 5 doesn't work on the Renbon, because if there's a 5 on the Renbon, now these would be 4, 5, and that does not work well, because those already sum to 9, and you have to add a digit. So, in fact, this Renbon is a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renbon. And one of these is definitely a 4. Okay. So now the last low digit in the row is over here, because any 2 consecutive digits on a 10 line like this need to have a low digit. If they don't, then they're at least way too big. So the last low digit is here. So that means everything else in this row is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll go ahead and note. So we've got that. That almost assuredly is going to mean this 10 line breaks into 2, but I don't think I can quite prove that yet, but I probably will be able to. I should probably copy this stuff up to here, huh? So that's not a 6. That's a 1, 2, 3. That's a 4, 5, 6. Aha. Okay, so that's very interesting about this being a 4, 5, 6, because the rule you may not know about a lockout line is that the 2 diamonds need to differ by at least 4. And so that means this can only be a 1, 2, 8, 9, which is pretty interesting given the digits that are already in the row. So we've got that. So this is a 1, 2, 8, or 9 as well. Okay. I know one of those 2 is low for sure. Oh, I know this is a 1, 2, 3, actually. Sorry, I didn't copy that. That's a 1, 2, 3. Yes, I should copy row 6, column 6, because that means this definitely can't be a 1 at the very least. And so if that can't be a 1, oh, that doesn't actually quite tell me about this, but it gets me closer. Yeah, if this were a 4 or 5, 9, this would be okay either way. Actually, does 5, 9 work? 5, 9 would make these both 1, 2, 3, 4, but that's okay. That would just give me a quadruple in the row. This is not a 1 anymore. So we've got that. Okay. Martin would like to catch up this because this digit's definitely on the Renbon. So it's definitely that digit on the Renbon because there's a quadruple. The thing that Martin noticed is that there's a quadruple in this column. So these are all from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one is not a 5. That one is not a 6. That one's not a 5 either, actually. So now that we know that this is catch-up, we know it is 3 or 4 for sure. And of course, it's also this because that's just what the clone says, is that it's that cell. Okay. I was trying to see if I could do some shenanigans about like this cell is low and it sees like this cell, it can be ketchup or it's that cell. This cell can't be 1 anymore, actually, though, because the 1 on the Renbon is now vertical. And so this cell can't be 1 anymore. And so if that can't be 1, this certainly can't be 6. So that's not 6. That's not 1 for what it is worth. Okay. Clone ketchup. Ah, yes. We can clone ketchup to box 5. That's a good idea because this is also 3, 4. And now in box 2, we know it goes exactly here. Thank you, J. So that is 3 or 4. So one of these two now is, oh, I guess that could be ketchup, sorry. So we've got that. Let's see. This column we've got, if this isn't 4, we do have a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column, but I don't know how much that matters. This digit is certainly 1, 2, 3, 4 for what it is worth. I again know that one of these two is a 4. Let's see. And I know the last 1, 2, 3 is over here on the 10 line. Okay. Right. Okay, yes. Because these two are the same digit, it's not ketchup, is Ron's point. And so, therefore, ketchup, because this cell up here sees ketchup, but they're the same digit. So ketchup goes down here and is a 3, 4. And so, therefore, this digit is the same as that digit over there, which is, of course, the same as that digit up there by clone stuff. And that digit there by clone stuff. Let's see. Now, is this the digit that is on here, or do I know that yet? I don't think I know that yet. But maybe someday I will aspire to know that. Okay. This number, maybe? 6 column 6 equals row 3 column 4? Does it? The 1, 2, 3, 4 quad, that I definitely see. So that's not a 4. Sorry, this is not a 4. So these numbers are all big. So this number is the 1, 2, 3, 4 that isn't along the arrow. I was looking to see this cell, but I don't think that cell tells me anything yet. Let's see. Do I know for sure whether this is X or not? Let's see. That is that digit. I don't think I know if that is X or not yet. Oh, I do. I do know it is X. Because I have to place X in this box. So X in this box is one of the quadruple, and it's not that one, and it's not that one, and it's not circle. So in fact, this is X. So that is not 1. So we've got that. Okay, so now the X is down here somewhere. Let's see. So these are the other two. So like this thing can be placed there, for example. Actually, I should make this yellow just in case it looks a little bit clearer. So that needs to be that, because this is on a thermo with those two, so it's certainly not one of those two. So that is the yellow 1, 2, and then this can be the yellow X, we'll say. Now, oh, I can do some cloning, right? Right, because that and that are just the same by clones. And so now this cell, oh, this is also yellow, by the way. Speaking of, trying to decide now if that means that this cell is yellow circle. This cell now has to be yellow circle, because these two cells have to, yeah, this is a lot more clear if I actually copy that X. These two cells need to have a low digit, and the only low digit available is yellow circle. So the yellow circle goes there. Is the thing that I was attempting to communicate. And so therefore that is also yellow circle by clone. So yellow circle goes in one of these two cells. Okay, now this also needs a low. Could be red circle though, right? No, it can't be red circle because that digit just can't be red circle. Right, okay, so this digit, can this digit possibly be, oh, this digit can be 2 if it's yellow X. But the only low digit I think that fits on here is yellow X. Because this digit can't be red circle because it just doesn't overlap with red circle. So yeah, so one of these is red X, or sorry, is yellow X. For what it is worth. Saying one of these two is yellow X. Sure. Okay, what is the minimum sum of these 3 digits, given that there's a 1, 2 there? 1, 3, 4. I think is the minimum sum of these. That would be, that's still enough that this could still be, oh, sorry, not 4. This one's not 4. Sorry, this one's at least 5. I don't know why I don't have it filled in. 1, 3, 5 is the answer. But 1, 3, 5 is still small enough that this could be a 1 sum. And I think that would be okay. This is yellow circle because of the given 5, Eckbert points out. Which is good. And now this is yellow circle. With that being 1, 2. And now that is yellow circle, and it's the last yellow circle. Oh, that's cute. Okay, so the if I don't think about clones, there could be a repeated digit on this. But actually, the reason why people are saying there's not a repeated digit on it is that the 10 line actually appears in column 8 entirely. So the 10 line has no repeated digits. So the only way that the 10 line can be 1 sum is if it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's not, because that digit's not a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4. So the 10 line really is 2 sums. So we can put a little X there to split it. Which does indeed make this 8, 9, and makes this 8, 1, or 2, in order to make that work. And I know one of these is yellow X, because as already noted, the only low digit that can possibly go in either of these cells is yellow X. Right? I do know that, right? I think I know that. This one certainly can only be yellow X, and this one I think also can only be yellow X because of clone stuff. Do I know this one is... Oh, right. This one can't be red circle because it overlaps. So yes. So that means that, in particular, the low digit on here is 1 or 2. So yellow X is 1 or 2, because this has to be yellow X. Because, again, the low digit's not red circle. Red circle's not a 1 or a 2. So that actually gets us a 1-2 pair and actually starts getting us digits. So the red X is, in fact, a 3. And we can bring out Zach for the 3 dance. Boop, 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 woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now we get some 4s going in. So that's not a 4. And as soon as that's not a 4, that tells me this is not an 8, because 8 is not sufficiently far away from any of those things. So we've got all of that going in. We probably have some more copying that I could do. Oh, I could also just fill in this digit because of the ketchuping disaster. We can de-ketchup now. Oops. Okay. And so this is not a 3 or a 4, of course. Okay. So this is not 7 anymore. Because these two already sum to 7. And we've got to add 1 or 2 to it. Let's see. And I know one of these two is mustard X for whatever that is worth. Oh, that number copies back over here. It tells me that's not a 7 for what it is worth. Hey, Gurban. Okay. This is now a 3, has been pointed out, and so that's not a 7 anymore. It is now an 8 or a 9. Thank you, Sayori. So that's an 8-9 pair in the row, so nothing else in this row is an 8 or a 9. Those are 5, 6, 7 only. The yellow X... okay, so... the yellow X in this box... Oh, no, that doesn't quite do it. The yellow X in this box is, in fact, definitely here exactly. There's nowhere else for a 1, 2 to go. But that doesn't quite tell me where the yellow X is down here. One of these is the yellow X up here. Oh, this isn't a 7 either, has been pointed out, which is good to know. Oh, there's an 8-9 pair, so these aren't 8 or 9 either. Oh, there's a 4 on the German Whispers, has been pointed out. So that is a 9, and that is an 8. So that is a 9, which makes that a 9. Now the 9 goes with a 1 on a 10 line. So we get a bunch of 1s and a handful of 2s, which in fact makes that arrow sum to 9 as well, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 6. That's still a 1. That's still a 1. That's still a 2. And we can demustard. Okay, so these are a 2, 8. Oops. These are a 2, 8, and we actually know the order of the 2, 8 because of the 10, or because of we just put a 2 there. So that is an 8, which validly goes on the lockout line, so that's all good. That is a 6 and a 9, just copying those 2 pieces of the snake, and now the snake is done. So where is the 6 in row 8? It is there. And so now I think we just mark the rest of the grid, and then presumably it all solves itself. So that is a 2 because of the 6, 7 pair there. There's a 5, 7 pair in this column, so that has made that a 2 and that a 4 and that a 3. Just to do that. So we can update, of course. One of those is a 5. That's a 5, 7 pair. Let's see. These are a 5, 6, 7, 8 quadruple, so that is a 9. I think it's the last 9 in the grid. It's not the last 9 in the grid. We actually still have one more 9, and it goes there, I believe. Oh, we still have another 9? We still seemingly have another 9, and it goes there. There we go. Now we've got all the 9s. Okay. This is a 578 triple, so that's 2, and we're probably close to having all the 2s now. We've got one more 2 left, and it goes there. So we've got that. This is a 578 triple, so that is a 6. Now we're probably close to getting all our 6s. Oh, maybe we're not actually that close to getting all of our 6s. Fancy. Surprising. Okay. Let's see, we can finish 4s, says Emma. Let's have a look at the 4s. One of these 2 is a 4. But if I look at 4 in this box, this is a 357 triple, so that is an 8 and that is a 4, which makes that a 4, and now my 4s are done. Those are a 5-7 pair, which makes that an 8, makes that a 7 and a 5 and an 8, and a 7 and a 5, 7, 5, 5, 7, 8, 7, 7, 5, 3, 7. And now we are almost there because we have a 6 up here, and that's going to do it, I believe. 6, 7, 5, 7, 6, 8. Very nice puzzle. When I saw this was the puzzle, actually, I'll just say when I saw this puzzle the first time, I looked at it and I said to myself, I'm either going to love this puzzle or absolutely hate it, and there is no sort of gray space in between, but I feel like it's about 50-50 between the two, based on what exactly is done with this idea. And this definitely fell into the I loved it side of the I will love it or I will hate it spectrum. So definitely huge fan of that. That was very smooth all throughout and quite enjoyable. And the end was not too bad either once everything was sort of filled in. So great work there to Mixo with setting this. Setting this must have been interesting, trying to sort of add these. I mean, I'm guessing it started with the Thermo and the German Whisper, because those two sort of were the sort of nice sort of break-in and sort of just continued from there, but very nice all throughout. I am going to take a quick break myself, and I'll be back in just a moment. So see you all shortly. I fear the day has come that I have long dreaded. So, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, I started doing my old puzzles in order every so often. I can't do them too often, or I'd catch up with myself. Uh, and when I did that, there were a handful of puzzles that I knew I would have to do that I dreaded doing. And this is one of the ones that I think I have been dreading the most because I think this is one of the hardest puzzles I've ever set. Now, I'm generally not a set hard puzzles kind of setter. It's not my goal, so I don't have that many where I think that that's going to be a thing, but I do think this one is going to be quite difficult. I will have to say, so this is called Fishy because it looks kind of like a fishy, I suppose. And I'll let everyone in chat guess which Sudoku celebrity it was that looked at this grid and instantly said Fishy, and it became named that. It might be a little hard to guess, but we will see. Okay, so what are the rules? So this was during my indexing phase. I will say I definitely, like all setters, I had an indexing phase that I got better, but we all had the phase. Okay, so the 159 part here, that's the indexing part. So what that means is that the 7 here, for example, is telling us information. Namely, it's telling us where the 1 is in row 8. Namely, it would be saying that that was a 1. Now, the reason why it's 1 specifically, which takes a second to realize, is because this is the first column. So if instead I put the 7 here, it would be saying that that's a 5 because now it's the 5th column, and I'm saying where the 5 goes, and it goes in the 7th column. Now, note if I put a 7 here, that tells me absolutely nothing, because this is in the 3rd column, but this cell isn't pink, so it doesn't matter. So it's called a 159 puzzle because it only applies to the locations of 1s, 5s, and 9s. Now, also we have between lines, and the way between lines work is that you have to make sure that the digits in the circles sum to the... No, not that one. The digits in the circles have to bound the digits along the line. So 3 and 4 are strictly between 2 and 7. And so I could also make this like a 5 or a 6, and both of those would be valid in order to make that work. Okay, so first of all, it was Sam Kappelman Lines who named this puzzle Fishy, if I recall correctly. I'm 99% sure that that is correct. I love Sam, by the way. Sam is one of the best Sudoku community members. I know he's not around as much as he used to be, but he's definitely one of my favorite puzzle people. Second, I will say that this falls in the long line of designer porn puzzles. And what I mean by puzzle setter porn puzzles is that normally, if you have a puzzle, you cannot distinguish between 1 and 9 with only between lines. You'd have to have a given digit to tell you which was high and which was low. And so with 159, though, then you can, as is demonstrated by the fact that we have this grid here where we have sorted out between high and low of between lines. Okay. I think this joke explains, I don't know, probably 10 of my puzzles at this point or something. Have that as the sort of the central joke. And so if you don't set, you probably don't even think about this very much unless you've heard me explain it before. But anytime I see a way of being like, oh, I could disambiguate 1, 5, or I could disambiguate 1 and 9 and 2 and 8 and so on without with this constraint that normally couldn't, then I go for it. The best of this series, in my opinion, is Arsha, which is still one of my favorite of the puzzles I have ever set. That is an S-cell puzzle that disambiguates highs and lows with only X's and Renbon. Okay, so the place to start is with the Tallcat between line that I have stolen. Uh, tier lists of constraints for disambiguating high and low in between line puzzles when. That is a good question. Yeah. Well, yes, I stole it back from you after you stole it from me. But anyway, so the secret of 159 is that always in the pink strip in a box, you need to have a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, and a 7, 8, 9. And that's because these things refer to where a particular digit is in box 4, box 5, and box 6. And so the one in box 1 has to be a 1, 2, 3. The one in box 5 has to be a 4, 5, 6. And the one in box 6 has to be a 7, 8, 9. Now, what that means is that if I put a 3 in this circle, the puzzle's instantly broken. Because if I put a 3 in this circle, I've made it impossible to put a 1, 2, 3 into this pink zone. Or maybe I could put a 2 here, but try and fill the puzzle in from there, and it's going to be a disaster. So this certainly can't be anything but 1, 2, 8, or 9 because of that. So it's even worse, actually, if I make this a 4, for example. I need to leave room here in order for this thing to work. So these are from 1, 2, 8, 9. And now people were afraid of this being a 1-9 between line, which I understand the fear, but it actually can't because both yellow digits have to go into these cells over in this box. And so one of them does, in fact, land on a between line because I can't put both of them here. So there's an interesting mess happening there. Which is going to mean that the one of them that does is a 2 or an 8, which is going to mean there's a 1 or a 9 in one of these circles, and my head hurts already. But anyway, the same exact argument also tells me that these are 1, 2, 8, 9 because of this this ship or this shape hitting those 3 pink cells again. Okay. Now, Tallcat's point is there can't be an 8 on this line. And that is because if I put an 8 on this line, it puts a 9 there, and in fact immediately rules both 8 and 9 out of both circles, and these two definitely can't be a 1-2 pair. So there can't be an 8 on this line, and there can't be a 9 on this line. And therefore, there has to be a 7, because remember, there has to be a high digit. And I bet we know where the 7 is, because the 7 is going to place a 9. And the 9 can't go on a between line. So, in fact, that is going to be the 7. And we get to bring out Zach for the 7 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that means that is a 9. That is not a 9. And now 7 has been the hokey pokey for well over 2 years now, Jaleb. So now the point is I definitely can't put a 1 in one of these circles. And there's a few different ways to see that. I think the easiest way to see it is to just actually corner mark 1 into this box, because now 1 can't go there and can't go there. So there just is a 1 corner mark, which is ruling 1 out of those. So we have that already. Let's see. So let's see. Oh, that 1, right. That 1 is indexed by an 8. Right. The 1 is indexed by an 8 over here. And therefore, by virtue of the fact that the 1 is indexed by an 8 over here, that actually knocks 8 out of both of these these circles. Oh, and in fact places a 9 actually, because this 8 needs to be bounded by a 9 there. And that 9 is going to be indexed by a 1 over here. Now, this 9's location tells me, this is what chat was pointing out, there's no 8 over here and no 8 over here. So there's now an 8 vertically in this box. And again, I can't have an 8 along here because of Tallcat's point earlier. I can't have an 8 in either of these cells because the 8 would need to be bounded by a 9 in a circle. And just by Sudoku, I can't have that. So now that vertical 8 looks up and makes that a 2, which now and looks down and makes that a 9. And that being a 9 has made that an 8 over here by indexing powers. Now there is a 2 in one of these cells in this box. And whichever of those is a 2, it means there is a 1 in one of these two circles, because the 2 requires a 1 to bound it. That's a thing to think about, is what bounds the 2? Only a 1. What bounds the 8? Only a 9. But that saves us from the indignity of this turning out to be a 1. And so that cell has, in fact, turned out to be a 2. Now, I probably should write in all the possible values for this cell and think about them. So it's certainly not a 2, a 7, or a 9. It's certainly not a 1. This cell also can't be a 3. Maybe it's not that exciting. I was thinking that this cell is more restricted than it is, perhaps. Let's see. Only 4 or 8. Why can't it be 5 or 6? Oh, because one in the row is in the circle, right? Because of the 2, 1 is in the circle, right? We just said that. Okay, yeah, so 5 or 6, got it. Okay. Because, yeah, I can't put a 1 here because I know one of those two is a 1. Okay, so yeah, so this is 4 or 8. I do know one of these is a 3 because the only low digit left that can join these is a 3. And that 3 is going to put a 9 in one of those two cells, which is going to put a 9 in one of these two cells just by Sudoku. And that's going to put the 2, which I guess I already knew, in one of these two cells. Let's see. So we've got a 4, 5, 6 in here somewhere. 2, 9 pair in box 4. Don't we already know where the 2 is in box 4? I'm not sure if J. Dyer is placing a second 2 in box 4 or if I'm misunderstanding something. Okay. So, yeah, we know there's a 2 in one of... No, sorry, there's not a 2 in one of these two cells. Sorry. Okay, I know there's a 7 in one of these two cells, or in one of those cells. That's what I know. Because I know there's a 1 in one of those cells. Let's see. Right. The low digit on here is a 3. I agree with that because it can't be a 1 because it's on a between line. It can't be a 2 because there's a 2 in the circle. So one of these is a 3. Okay. And so and it's not that one that's the 3 for sure. And whichever one is a 3 puts the 3 over here. So these are definitely a 1, 9 pair, right? Because wherever the 3 goes, it puts a 1 here. So these are a 1, 9 pair. Okay, and now I think we are officially saved from worrying that there are any 1, 9 between lines in the puzzle. Which I apologize for those of you who had to endure worrying about that. I do know that there's a 3 in this row by Zwillinge. So there's a 3 here, and the 3 probably doesn't go in the circle. Because if the 3 was in the circle, I know 1 goes in the other circle, and these would have to all be 2, and that's too many 2s. Let's see. The 3 can't go here either, right? Because the 3 indexes the 5. And so if the 3 goes here, it would index a 5 on top of that cell. That's a good point. So the 3 is actually placed there, strangely enough. Let's see. Okay. So the question that has been asked is, what's the low digit in these 3 cells? Which is a very good question, because this I know can't be low because I know one of those 2 is a 1. So that can't be low, which means one of these 2 is low, but those 2 definitely can't be 1. So one of them is a 2. And whichever one is a 2 is going to put a 5 over here. So we have that. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I know one of these 2 is a 9 for what it is worth. And one of them is a 4, 5, 6. Okay. I know neither of those can be 8. Can this be 8? I don't know. No. Oh, wait, maybe this could be 8? If this were 8, that would be a 5. Is that a problem? That might be a problem. So I guess the question is, can this really be an 8? Because if that was 8, that would immediately make this a 1. Yeah, the tall cat has the point that these are a 5-7 pair, actually, because the 7 in this box by Sudoku can only go in those 2 cells. So that's huge because it actually puts a 7 up here in one of these cells, which is interesting. Because if the 7 goes in either of these cells, then that circle has to be an 8. Oh, no, sorry, this could be a 9. Maybe it's a little less restrictive. But it's going to be relevant. I think it's going to be relevant. Let's see. But that sounds good. Okay, so what are the remaining digits? So we've got a 4 and a 6. Only one of them can go there. So this is a 4 or a 6 itself. What is left in this row? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I know that one's not a 1 at least. I probably can do better than that. Possibly. Let's see. David has gifted 5 memberships. Let's see who they go to. Thank you, David. Let's see. Emma got one. Jaleb got one. Thomas got one. Sweet Blues got one. And D-Web got one. Thank you, David, and welcome to all the new members. Enjoy your membership and your Zach emotes that you can use now. Let's get you a donation dance. Ba-doop-a-doop-boop-boop, ba-doop-a-doop-boop-boop, ba-doop-a-doop-boop-boop. Woohoo! Ba-doop-a-doop-ba-doop-a-doop, woohoo! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And thank you, David. Huge thank you. Uh, let's see. Row 5, column 4 is not 8 by indexing. Right. This cell can't possibly be an 8 because if it were an 8, it would make that a 4, which would be a problem. I know Selena had a really smart way to explain that at some point. But basically, if this is an 8, then if there's an 8 anywhere in the row but here, that cell is a 1. So this cell in particular is not an 8. Let's see. Okay, so if this is a 4, we run into problems because if this is a 4, then the only digits I'm allowed to put on the line are 2 and 3. And that's a problem because I can't make these two a 2-3 pair. So I agree this can't be a 4 because remember one of these two circles has to be a 1. So sorry, it was exciting for a moment. Can't be a 4, not can be a 4. If it's a 5, then they're all from 2, 3, 4. Would make that one a 4. Would make these a 2-4 pair. Would make that a 4 and that a 2. Would make these a 2-4 pair as well. Right. Okay, yeah, so right. If this is a 5, then the point is these are a 2-4 pair, except that that's also a 4, because that's a 5. Because as soon as that's a 5, that's a 4. That doesn't work. So this can't be a 5 for sure. Okay, so now so as soon as that can't be a 5, this can't be a 4 anymore. Because of that. This certainly can't be a 6 because it would place a 5 on top of a 3. So now we're at this is 5 or 8. So if the 8 is anywhere in the row, but here this is a 5. That's not so exciting. Is this being a 5 a problem? Because if this is a 5, because this is the only other spot for 5 in the row, and it might be the same problem actually. Because if this is a 5, now I still make all of these be from 2, 3, 4. So those would be a 2-4 pair. Those would be a 2-4 pair. That would be an 8. Yeah, I think that's barely okay. Yeah, I think I think streaming. Well, I'll say two things. One, watching people stream my puzzles has done a lot to make me sort of set my bar really high for like what kinds of deductions I want to actually be involved. And two, solving lots of puzzles has made me set my bar really high. Because if I'm solving puzzles and I complain about something, I'd better not do the same thing in my own puzzles. So, like, yeah, I think this puzzle involved more torturing than I would prefer be in my puzzles today. I really liked the opening, but now this has devolved into nonsense. Let's see. Sayori says this can't be 8. uh, uh, because breaks the high digit indexed in box 5. Okay, right. Okay, that makes sense. So if this cell is 8, now I'm no longer able to put a 7, 8, or 9 in the circles, which means both of these two become middling. They can't be high anymore. But now this cell also can't be high. So through the medium of this sort of oddly shaped between line, putting an 8 here breaks all of these from being high. I don't know if that's what I intended, but if it was not what I intended, it's much better than what I intended. So that makes that a 4, a 6, and a 1 in order to make that all work out. So these are now an honest 3-8 pair. This is a 5 or an 8. Now, just to finish off the row, let's see. So now, if this is an 8, these are a 2-7 pair. And if this is a 5, these are a 2-4 pair. And so Tallcat is correct. These are always from 2, 4, 7 by sort of looking at the cases. If this is a 5, just by between line, these can only be 2, 4. If this is an 8, I rule the high digit out of the middle, and I force there to be a high digit here, but the only high digit available is 7. So these are unconditionally from 2, 4, 7. No. I was going to say something, but I think it was wrong about where the 5s get indexed. No, I think it's right. I don't think this can be. I don't think this works if this is 5, because if this is 4, then I create a 5 Zach wing that places a 5 there, which is a big problem. Wait, no, sorry. That was if this is 5. Sorry. If this is what I just tried to make was a contradiction, was if this is 5, this is 5. But if this is 5, this is 5 is not, in fact, a contradiction. It actually is very consistent, because if this is 7, I put a 5 on this and I need a higher digit in the between line. But that is all okay. Okay, but right. There we go. There's the Selena deduction that I mentioned before. If this is 7, it makes that a 5, which breaks the 5-7 cell. That is Selena's point. And likewise, if this was a 7, that would be a 5, which breaks the 5-7 by value. So there are no 7s there. So these are, in fact, 2, 4, which means this needs to be high, so it's an 8. Which then does mean this is a 5. And now that is a 4. And now that's a 2. And now these two are a 2-4 pair. In order to make all of that shake out. Let's see. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, your alternate universe Naverio proved the puzzle doesn't have any solutions. When I at least believe there's a chance that the puzzle has a solution. Okay, so now these are a 3-6 pair, points out Garion, because I've used the 4 and the 5 already, and I need a medium-ish digit on here. So these are a 3-6 pair. These are a 1-8 pair. I probably don't need these. Okay. So, hey, Ratfinks, how are you doing? So we know there's a 5 in one of these, and there's yeah, the 4 is going to put a 5 in one of these, 5 in one of these. For whatever that is worth. Is true. I don't know why I wrote the rules this way. This is definitely not the intended way to write the rules. Okay. Okay, right. Okay, that is a very good spot to Laura. I need a middle digit here. It's not a 6 because the one in the column. It can't be a 4 either, because a 4 would put a 9 onto these two cells, which suggests why this between line is probably here. So, in fact, this is 2, 5, and these are 4, 9. And I know which one is the 4 because it's... Oh, sorry, no, I don't. Never mind. I know one of those is a 9, though. Okay. So the 2 is telling me one of those is a 9. The 5 is telling me one of these is a 9. So one of these all is a 7, for what it's worth. Tallcat telling me I can Sudoku an 8 up here. Definitely a 7. No, sorry. Definitely not a 7 here. There's a 4 in one of these cells. That seems mildly interesting. If the 4 is on the between line, does that not work? Maybe it does. I can't. I see. Okay, so I can't put an 8 along this line at all. Is Tallcat's point? That can't be a 9, and that can't be a 9. So I can't put an 8 along, and the circle can't be 8 either. So there is in fact an 8 over here, which means there's an 8 over here. Well, glad you can join now. Yes. Okay, excellent. Nicholas has it. 2 in this box, if we look at where it is, keeping in mind this 2-4 pair, the 2 is placed on top of the 9. So this is a 2-9 pair, which actually shoves the 8 there. Great spot to Nicholas there. So now the 4 in this... Oh, I already had the 4 in this column. Never mind. But now the 3 in this column actually is over here. So we actually have at least a little bit more going on. Don't shove 8. That's rude. I did not shove the 8. It was the 2 and the 9 that shoved the 8. The 3 can't be on the line at all. Because there's no 1 or 2 in either circle. So the 3 has to be the circle with the 4 on the line. And so this number needs to be at least 6. Oh, no, sorry. These can't be 4, 5 even because the 5 is up there. So these are at least 4, 6. So this needs to be at least 7. So this can only be 7 or 8, actually. And so these are from 4, 6, 7 is my ultimate thing. Not 7. Not 7 assuredly, because there's a 7 in the box. Good point. So that places my 8 over here. Let's see. Okay, so we've got an 8 in one of those two cells while we're corner marking things. Hey, Vish, how are you doing? Let's see. I think that's already corner marked, Nicholas. Uh, uh, can't this be a 9? I think this can be a 9, and then I could put a 7 on the line, I think. So there's definitely a 1 in this pink region, for what it's worth, because 2 and 3 are gone. So there's a 1 there, which means there's a 3 up here. The 3 up here actually now gives me a 5 here, joining the 7. The 1 over here gives me a 5 over here, joining this 7. Which means one of these is a 6. And whichever of those is a 6 indexes a 1 over to there. Okay. I don't think this can possibly be the 5, right? If this is a 5, then there's a 7 on the line. Oh, it could be 5, 6, 7, 9. Maybe that's okay. No, it can't be. Because the 6 is over there. So I don't think this can be a 5, because if this is a 5, I don't have enough high digits to fit here because of that 6 that we just corner marked. So that can't be the 5. The 5 actually is on the line, I believe. So that's not a 3, for what it's worth. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Do I know what the low digit in this box is? It's not a 3. So it is a 1 or a 2. I don't think I know which, though. So these are only from 1 to 6, for what it's worth. Which cell is it that's a naked single? Chad is talking about a naked single. Oh, Martin says it. Okay. So let's see. What can this digit be? It's not 1 or 2. It's not 4 or 8 or 9. It's not 6 by the corner mark. It's not 5 or 7 by these corner marks. So it is indeed a naked 3. It is, which actually places this 3 here. That 3 there places that 5 there. That places this 7. So now I know there needs to be a 9 in a circle here because I need to bound the 7, and I'm not bounding it with an 8. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry. There is a second place for the 7. Sorry. One of these two things only had 2 places, but I misremembered which one it was. Right. Sorry. One of these two is a 7. Still could be that one or that one. Let's fill in this row. These are from 5, 6, 7 for what it is worth. Well, this one certainly isn't a 6 for what it's worth. There's a 6 or 7 joining the 5 here, I suppose, for what it is worth. Uh, Five in box 3 is definitely in one of these two cells, Selena points out, which means that 7 is definitely in one of these two cells, which I guess I already knew. Uh, Three in column 3. Okay, yeah. So 3 in column 3 is placed there just by Sudoku. I agree. Just going to push 3 over into one of those two cells. I guess I can mark the rest of this column while I'm at it to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that one's not 3. Neither of these can possibly be 4 because there's a 4-9 pair. That one's not 3. Was not as exciting as I'd hoped. Let's see. How am I doing on 4s? I don't have a lot of 4s placed, actually. Zackwing on 4s in row 8 and 9. Right. Okay, so the 4, right. So the people's point is the 4 in this box is not in this column, and it's not there. So it's in the bottom two rows. Likewise, that's not a 4 because of the 2-4 pair. And so the 4s in these two boxes claim the 4s for row 8 and 9. So the 4 in this row is in one of those two cells. Agree with that. Two has only one place in column 3. Oh, would you look at that? Wow, that is really nice. Martin points out now, yeah, 2 in column 3 can't go here, so it can only go there, and that's huge. Oh, sorry, 2's already in column 3. I was convinced. I was completely convinced. Well, there's only one place for a second 2 in column 3, and I think that might be important. 6 in box 7. 6 in box 7 is there because there's a 6 corner mark there and a 6 there. So that's a 6 and that's a 4, which makes that a 7. That is going to unravel a lot, I suspect. So 3 is over there. That's not a 7 anymore. These aren't 7. That's not 3. So these are a 5 and a 7. Now that there is a 7 on the line, I do need a 9 in a circle because I can't have an 8 in a circle. And the 9 in the circle can only go there. So that's a 9 and that's a 1. That's an 8 and that's a 1. That's a 3 and that's an 8. That's a 6 and that's a 3. The 6 indexes the 9. The 3 indexes the 9. This is a 5 or a 7. Definitely is. This is only 4. There's no other option for it. Just to fill this in. So that's 9 and 4. Funnily enough, I was saying there's only one option because there's only one thing that makes the between line work, but there's also was only one thing in the entire column. So, take your pick as to which way you would like to fill it in. Okay, we know there's a 6 over there. There's got to be a 1 or a 2 in these cells. This has to be a 7. Both because it's corner marked as a 7, apparently, but also it's the high digit here. And it's the only high digit left. So if that's a 7, that makes that a 5, which makes that an 8, which makes that an 8 over back here. Let's see. These are a 1-6 pair, it seems. And this is 1 or 6, it seems. There needs to be a 2 somewhere in this row. Let's see. 5 is placed in box 8 is a good observation. Just by Sudoku, 5 in box 8 is here, which gives me a 2 and a 5. That 2 is going to place a 9 over here. That 5 is also going to place a 9. And now that 5 is over here, so that's a 1. It would seem. We still need a low digit, which is a 1 or a 2 in here. This digit is a 6, actually, now. This is a 6 or a 7 by the column, but it is not a 7 by the column. Sorry, it was a 6 or a 7 by the box, but it's not a 7 by the column. So these are a 4, 7. That is a 4 and a 6. A 7 and a 4. Now that is a 7, placing the 1 over there, which then comes back and places the 1 back there, which now makes that a 6, a 1, and a 6. Oops. That's not what I meant to do, and you know it. Okay, this digit is probably known. That is a 2. This is a 1 or a 2, and it is a 2, which makes that a 1. This is a 7. That's a 3. This is a 7 as well, so that gives me a 5 and a 7. Gives me a 5 here, which makes that a 4 and a 2. 4 and a 2. And last but not least, that is a 6. There we go. The ending was a bit gritty. I liked the opening. I particularly liked how rapidly it was guaranteed that there couldn't possibly be a 1-9 between line in the puzzle. I was a little afraid I was going to be embarrassed by the existence of a 1-9 between line, but fortunately, even young Zeta knew better than that, apparently. But yeah, it got a little bit grindy, which is just... I don't know. It's part of what happens with indexing puzzles, I think, is that you often end up with slightly grindy endings. Yeah, the very ending was smooth, but yeah, there was more grind there than I would have preferred. Like I think that I think there was a series of questions you could ask that would get you there without having anything too bad, but I think realistically you're not going to ask exactly the right hidden single in the right column or box, and so I think you are sort of priced into doing some amount of grinding around the row 5 stuff after things. All right, but I'm going to take a break and I'll be back with more puzzles in just a bit. Didn't we just have a guest solver? I think we just had Talkat as a guest not too long ago, but I'm always open to other guests. It's possible. But anyway, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's do this Malrog Tallcat collab. Admittedly, I believe Cracking the Cryptic did this because I saw it has a bunch of solves, but I want to do it anyway. So let's go. So we have normal Sudoku rules. We place the digits 1 through 9 in each row column in 3x3 region. Normal April 25th rules, apparently. 2 2s, 4 4s, and 5 5s are considered to have double their value for purposes of the following clues. Normal killer rules apply. Digits must not repeat in cages, and the total sum of all values in a cage is given by the small number. Normal Renbon clues, and normal arrow clues. And so there's no restriction on where those 2 2s, 4 4s, and 5 5s are, I guess. We just have to place them. One of them is definitely in here. But anyway, we know these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and we know they contain a 1 or a 2. Actually, I think they have to be 1, 2, 4, right? Because the only way I can make this with a doubler is to double the 1, but I'm not allowed to double a 1 in this puzzle. So all of these are not doubled, actually. Because of that, yeah. So you can certainly make 7 in alternate ways, but not with the doublers that are allowed. So now this arrow is largish, but not large enough to have to be doubled, unfortunately. I do think there has to be a 3 here, though, because the maximum that this arrow circle could possibly be is 10, because it could be a double 5. And so these sum to a minimum of 8, but if I don't use the 3, then they sum to a minimum of 11. So I definitely need a 3 here. And again, this digit can only possibly be a 1 or a 2 because the minimum sum there is 8. This is a 1 or a 2, so 8 plus 1 or 2. So this can only be 5 or 9 in the circle to make that work. That 5 or 9, whatever it is... Oh, no, it could go along the arrow. We could have double 5 here, 3, 5, 2 is a funny combination. So I was about to place the 5, 9 there out of reflex, but that is not how numbers work anymore. Okay. And we've got stuff like this digit wants to go there and this digit wants to go there. But if they're doubled, then that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. So Kyle has done math on the 45 cage. Notice if I have 8 digits summing to 45, then I need 2 doublers in it, because one doubler will create a math problem, which is pretty funny, which is that if I say, leave out the 4, what digit do I need to double to make it work? I need to double the 4. Well, that doesn't work. That's a very cute observation. by Kyle. So there are two doublers in here, but I don't think I know anything about that because of this. And it is digits, not values, that don't repeat, for what it's worth. Okay, I can do the coloring, right. I can do the coloring. I was thinking I couldn't do the coloring, but I can, because digits don't, because it's digits, not values, that don't repeat. And so, so we have those two going there. And these two, I can't quite figure out the math on those two. I guess these two sum to the missing digit. That's the way to say it. These two sum to the missing digit. Ah, so it's a 3. So the missing digit. So there's one digit missing in the 45 cage, and these two sum to it. Oh, but there could be a doubler. If there's no doublers in these 3 cells, oh, right. I don't know that these are doublers. Never mind. Don't listen to me. These are not doublers. These are just my way of marking. These are ketchup, not doublers. But the doublers do sum to the missing digit. That is true. But that is anyway. I don't know anything about whether these two particular digits are doubled or not. Oh, actually, I specifically know that that digit's not doubled, because if it was doubled, it would be a 5, and it's definitely not a 5 because of the fact that the two missing digit, or the two digits. Oh, maybe it could be. Sorry. The 5 could be there. It's fine. Never mind. But the only double digit left in this row is a 5. I mean, I certainly need. Is there any way I can do this without doubling a 5? Is, I guess, the next question to ask. And I think I could get here. No, there's not. I need a double 5 in this 27 cage, right? Isn't this is probably even unique. But it assuredly has to have a double 5. It's not quite unique, but it has to have a double 5, right? If I don't double a 5, then I'm at most double 4, 8, 9, and 8, 8, 9 is 25. So there's always a doubled 5. So I definitely don't believe that this cell is a 5 anymore. And there's definitely a 9 in here as well. For what it is worth. Right. This digit is the sum of the two doublers, because it's the missing digit, and the doublers can only be 2, 4, or 5, and so the only sums that are available are 6, 7, and 9. So this cell we know is a 6, 7, or a 9. So this cell is definitely not doubled, because that's not one of the digits we're allowed to double. It's not 9 by Sudoku. That's true. And so there's definitely a double. One of the doubled 2s is in here. Yep, it's a doubled 2 and then a doubled 4, a doubled 5. Let's see. Yeah, there's definitely a double 2 in here. This cell is in one of those two cells. I agree with that statement. Yeah, blue and yellow are not doubled. I guess I really should get rid of the coloring. The coloring was a mistake. It should be ketchuping, and we all know it. And they're not doubled because they see all of the valid numbers. Is the point. So none of these are doubled. And I do know that there's a 5, 9 up in one of those two cells. Oh, the ketchup is not 1, 2, 4, and it's not 5 or 9. So we can pencil mark it, and I guess that does force this Ren bond to be 6, 7, 8 just by pencil marking. So no 3s because of the Ren bond, because the Ren bond has 3 digits on it that are not doubled. So those aren't 3 either. So it is 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this 5, 9 does go here now. And so we can go ahead and now do that. Okay, so now there's no 8. So now at maximum, this is 9 double 5 is 19. And wait, how does this even work? I don't think this is even possible anymore, is it? Oh, double 5 double 4. Right, double 5 double 4. Right. So these are 1, 2, 3. Now for what that is worth. That's a good question. So if this is a 9, then I have to put... If this is a 9, it's not doubled, so I have to put the 9 there. But the point from Garion is, then where do I put ketchup circle? Well, I have to put it with this, but now these two cells already sum to 9 at minimum. So that doesn't work. So this is not a 9. This is a 5. And this 5 is doubled. And I can get rid of my relish. Okay, and so now these aren't doubled because the only things I'm allowed to double are 2, 4, and 5. All right, we can digit dance, right. Boop boop boop. Ooh. Boop boop boop. Wow. Boop boop boop. Wee. Boop 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 boop. Waha. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Uh, uh, yeah, so we know we've got a 5 or a 6 over here with the 3. Because we've got to get the 5 and the red circle over here. But it could be 3, 5 or 3, 6 with a 1 or a 2, and then do that. So we've got that. Good night, Daniel. Right. Okay, that's a good spot from Sayori. In this row, these cells can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, so I need 4 1, 2, 3, 4s, but this is the only place they can go. Aren't there 5 doubled 5s? There are 4 doubled 4s. I've used one of them. Anyway, these are 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure. I guess these are a pair, right? These are a 3 and a 9, so these at least aren't 3. So one of these definitely is 3, for whatever that's worth. So this isn't 3. So one of these definitely is 3. 9 double 4 sounds fine to me. I'd have to make this a 7, which would make these a 6, 8 pair, and make that a 7, but that all seems fine to me. Let's see. Right, it could even be a doubled 5. Right, yeah, we could do 8, 9, 10 as a Renbon. I do know one of these is a 5, for what it's worth. I don't think I know anything about whether these are the same 1, 2 or not yet. Let's see. Yeah, the circle here, I guess I should have marked. The sum of these is at least 10, so this needs to be at least half that, which means it needs to be 6, 7, 8, or 9 in value. It can't be 4 or 5 doubled because 4 and 5 are over here, so this is from 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, sorry, not 9. There's already a 9 in the box. And actually, we're missing a 1, 2, 3. Is missing a 1, 2, 3 enough to get to enough to rule out 6? No, because if that's a 3, we could still do 1, 5, 2, 4, and would be okay. That's true. If I don't, Sayori points out, if I don't put a 1, 2, or 3 here, then this sums to too much because it sums to at least 9, and actually more than that because the 5 is gone. So that gives me a virtual 1, 2, 3 triple. We've used all the 1, 2, 3s, and therefore Sayori, I suppose, would like us to do that, which I suppose I am willing to do. I can probably thin this one out a bit because it's at most 7, for example, because it's on an arrow. It was a very good spot. Oh, where is the circle in the box? This circle is here, right? I think these two are equal. Yeah, Carl is agreeing. Because this circle, I know, is on the Renbon. And so it's one of these two, so it's not that one. So this circle needs to go there. So we can... oh, I guess I can color because... why not? Because I don't know... I don't know that it's not the circle. Oh, sorry. Yellow is a terrible idea. These are just the same. I'm going to, like, I guess, I don't know. I'll slash them. Just to indicate it's a different coloring scheme. Uh, 9 in column 3. 9 in column 3 is here, is Sayori's point. Because we know that there's not a 9 on an arrow. So the 9 in this column can only go here, which means this assuredly must be a double 4. Which now means that's a 3. So now none of those are 4. And now this is a 5 or a 7, I think are the options, right? Because it's either a doubled 5 or a 7. Yeah, we know this is the sum of the doublers. Oh, is the point that now that I know that this is a 4, now I know it's 2 and 4, right? Right. Okay, so now that I know this is 4, remember I know 2 is one of the doublers, so it's 2 and 4 that are doubled. I also know there's no doublers over here because those numbers just aren't doubled in this puzzle. So that is a 6. And I know I've got my 2 doubled in one of those two cells. And so now this is a 5 because it sees a 7, 8 pair. Because those two, remember, are 2 different 7, 8s. So that is doubled. Like that. Nice. So there's definitely a 4 on this arrow now. And so, and it's not 4 with a 3, because 4 with a 3 would... So it's not 7, and it's not 8, actually. It is 6. Okay, so it's 2 with a 4 is the only way that this works now. Oh, sorry. That's wrong. Still not 7. That's true. But it could be 2 with a 4. So it's always 2, 4. The only question is the 2 doubled? I can't double the 4. So it's always 2, 4. So that 1, 3 looks up, and that makes that the 2. I can tell you right now, I will not be requesting a second puzzle with this rule set. Apologies if this is your the favorite rule set you've ever come up with. Let's see. This is a 1 now, just by Sudoku. Okay. So yeah, the sum is 6 or 8. So there's either a 3 with a 5, or a 1 with a 7, or a 1 with a 5. I don't think this is ever a 6, for what it's worth. Let's see. Okay. Okay. I do still have a lot of low numbers to put in row 4, because I've only put 1 low. So one of these circles is very low, which probably means it's going to be a doubled 4, would be my guess. But we'll find out. There's definitely a 5 down here, for what it's worth. Now ketchup is here. Because ketchup is no longer is no longer able to be on here, because ketchup isn't 6 anymore, Sayori points out. And so now the 5 is on here, and so now this is a 2. I can't double a 1. Okay, so certainly nothing along here is doubled. This is just not a doubleable digit. None of these are doubleable digits, actually. So we've got all of that. These digits are something. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. It's the other 7, 8. Yeah, I guess these are also gray for sure. Like that is... Sorry, no, that... Oh, yeah, this is definitely gray, because if I doubled it, the arrow would sum to too much. This is definitely gray. That's definitely gray, just because that's not a digit that you can double. That's not a digit you can double. Okay. Okay. This being 7 has a problem, which is that it makes that digit and that digit both 8. Because it makes this 8 through the arrow, which is, remember, the same as that cell, and makes that 8 through Sudoku. So this can't be a 7. This is always the 5, which means that this is not doubled, because it's no longer able to be a doubled thing. These are a 2-3 pair just by Sudoku, by the way, which I probably should have seen a while ago. So these digits are a 1, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, 1, 6, 7, 8. It's going to be awfully hard to fit a 1 on here, isn't it? I don't think the 1 can plausibly go on this Renbon. Because even with doubling, there's no way I can make 1 closer to 6. So we can do that. So these are from 6, 7, 8, and they're both not doubled. Yeah, 2 4s are doubled already, but we're doubling 4 4s. Oh, that's true. This circle is not on the Renbon anywhere. Unless it's as a doubled 4, in which case it could be. Oh. Yes, it can be 6, because if it's 6, that can be a doubled 5. Yeah, nasty. I have so far doubled 1, 2. I only get to double 1 more 2. Ah, right. Okay. So this Renbon, that's great. Okay. This Renbon can't be 6, 7, 8, 9. And so it can't be 6, 7, 8, 9. So it needs a 5. So that's a 5 regardless of what happens, whether it be doubled or not, which is very good. So now the 28 cage is like a real 28 cage. Let's pull up the killer calculator. So this needs an 8 and a 9. Excuse me. Oh, it could be 6, 7, double 4. You're right. Sorry, you're right. Right. So it can be 6, 7, 8, 9 as long as the 8 takes the form of a double 4. Tragic. I liked the spot. I feel like it's not a great sign for your rule set if every time someone has a cool spot, it turns out that it's wrong. Let's see. Stupid double 4. Let's see. Should I try and figure out like the minimum this digit can be is? I don't know that I really want to do that with my life. Let's see. Oh yeah, I guess this cage can really have 2 8s in it even. Is a possibility. I probably have to think about this row and the fact that I need to put a 1, a 3, and a 4 in it. So this number can't possibly be a 1 or a 2 or a 3. This number could conceivably be a 4. It can't be a 3 because it would break the 1, 2. Do I know that this number can't be a 4? And I don't think I do. I think if I knew that this number... Sorry, couldn't be a 3. Because I think if I know that this number isn't a 3, I think I know there's a doubled 4 in one of these circles. And I think I know that these are a 1, 3 pair. But I don't think I see something immediately wrong with this being 3, 1, 2. At least that I see. Yeah, if it wasn't, then I'd have a 1, 3 pair in the none circles. That's what I was trying to make happen. Yeah, it's somehow not super exciting that this number is at least 4. I don't know. Do I want to case check and prove that it can't be 6 because of the 5 below it or something? I don't even know that I know that it's for sure not 6 to 4. Actually. Uh, hmm. This Renbon definitely has a 6. Is that true? No, it could be 7, 8, 9, 10 is the other thing. Yeah, that is the thing that it could be. Uh, it's funny that no matter what this digit is, it's something that this Renbon kind of wants. Is all of these, is this like a length 5 sequence or something? Is that what's happening here? Like, I think we're supposed to think about these 5 cells together, I think is probably, or maybe these 6 cells together. Uh, 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 I don't quite see it. Let's see. What's the smallest number I could possibly put on here? It's a 4, right? So these are from those numbers. I know that. Sorry, I know that one's not a 5 at least. So this is a sextuple, right? This is an actual sextuple. I'm trying to make sure that doublers don't screw over my argument that this is a sextuple, but I think it really can't be any, or I think it really is a sextuple. Like there's no way I can like put two oh, it could have a doubled 2 over here. Dagnammit, right? There could be a doubled 2 over here. So then it's not really a sextuple. Dang you, double 2. So this can't be the 2, at least. Minorest of points. That can't be a doubled 2. Yeah, so if we had a doubled 2 somewhere else, that would be helpful. This cell's never 6, 7, or 8 because it sees all 3 of these and none of those have any shenanigans. So this is a 2, 4, or a 9. I agree with that. Okay, this also can't be 6, 7, or 8 because it also sees all of those. There's still no shenanigans that can make it work. Hmm. Okay, so there's a pretty bad looking look ahead with this too. I haven't done it yet, but the words in chat scare me. If I plug 2 in here, what happens? It makes Okay, so if I plug 2 in here, I certainly have to use the 6 down here, which makes that an 8, which makes this 2 doubled, and it uses 3 doubled 2s, and I only have 2 doubled 2s. Yeah, I agree it doesn't work. It's probably not intended. But it does get us a 459 triple in the row. So that means that we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are the digits left in the row for what it is worth. 9 is needed on the Renbon. Okay, so I think Garion is telling me to check what happens if this is a 5. Because if this is a 5... Oh, if this is a 5, that doesn't even have to be a 9. Ugh. Uh... 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 Let's see, does 1 in the 28 cage obviously break? I thought before someone suggested that 1 in the 28 cage would actually work. So... Too many 4, 5, 9s. Is there some coherent way to think about the 28 cage? So the 28 cage definitely, if you look at it, needs to either involve a doubled digit or 2 of 4, 5, and 9. So it definitely needs to involve a doubled digit. So there's no way, because of these two cells here, there's no way the 28 cage doesn't involve a doubled digit. And so it's just a question of what digit is doubled. And it could even be a doubled 2. I think a doubled 2 would be fine. Because you could just do doubled 2, 7, 8, 9, and it would be okay. So the doubled thing is a 4 or a 5. Wait, no, I think I said doubled 2 works. I think doubled 2, 7, 8, 9 works. At least as far as I can see. If I know the doubled digit is not a doubled 2, then I think we can do something. But I don't think we know it's not doubled 2, 7, 8, 9. And I don't think we have any way of breaking the other versions. I admit I don't even see why 1 on the Renbon breaks, but this is gnarlier. Breaks 2, 3 in row 7. Okay, yeah. So so I guess I am now convinced that I should actually do this this bit with the 1 in the 28 cage, because I now see this. Okay, so if you put a 1 on this Renbon, you use up 1, 2, 3, and the problem is then you can't put 2, 3 in row 7. There aren't 2 spots for them. So we really ought to, I suppose, prove that you can't put a 1 in the 28 cage. But I don't think I'm super prepared to do that. So if you put a 1, then the biggest you could do is so the point is you can't use both double 5 and 9 at the same time. I think is the punchline of this joke. So yeah, I'm trying to come up with the nicest possible way to present this. And so the nicest possible way to present this is that if the 28 cage has a 1 in it, it must be 1, 8, 9, 10, because that is 28. But 1, 8, 9, 10 uses both a 4 and a 5, or sorry, uses both a 5 and a 9, and that creates a 4, 5, 9 quadruple. So you can't put a 1 down here. You can't put a 1 on here, so you can only put the 1 here. Good grief. So we get to place the 1 there. Let's see. I still know I need to put 2, 2, 3s in this row. Let's see. Yeah, 2 still can't be on this Renbon. I agree with that. Yeah, I feel like we're supposed to torture this math on this 28 cage more, but I find this so unpleasant. I'm trying to find something else to do. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so Carl says if there's not a 4 here, these are a 5-9 pair. And so if these are a 5-9 pair, then the highest you can get is a real 8, a double 4, a 7, and a 6, which is 29. But the problem is none of them can become 1 lower. I don't understand the problem is none of them can. Oh, it's because it's 29, not 28, and this is a 28 cage, not a 29 cage. Right. So, yeah, you're sort of if you make these, if you don't use a 4 here, then you have 1 degree of freedom on this cage, but you can't use the degree of freedom because of what it would be, because you'd have to replace something with 1 lower thing, and you can't, as Carl says. That is heinous. So we have to use a 4 here. So if we have to use a 4 here, then that means that's not a 4 at the very least. Now, it still doesn't mean that we can't use a 4 value in the 28 cage, I don't believe. Because we could still, like, reproduce one of the other things, I think. Let's see. Oh, it knocks 8 off of this is the point, because now the only way a 4 was getting on this Renbon, it wasn't able to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was not an option. So the only way the 4 was getting on here was by serving as an 8. And so in particular, these can't be 8 anymore because it would be duplicating the thing. Okay, sorry. It could be 4, 5, 6, 7. It's easier than I was making it. It could be 4, 5, 6, 7, but that still doesn't have an 8. So the point is, in all cases, there is no 8. And so that is an 8. And so that goes there. And so then we can go ahead and sort of fill in some values over there. So we're not 8. Yeah, we can do some deketchuping now. Oops. Okay, so those are 2, 3, 6, 7. And now we do have our last double 2, because this 2 is a doubled 2. So we're not allowed to double 2s anymore for what it is worth. Oh, this is an 8. Haha, I just deleted the ketchuping and I didn't actually fill in the cell. Good point. This is now a 3. Good. To finish the arrow. Good, good. Thank you, Sir Woozle. And now these are gray fully. Okay. Oh no, the stream is taking you back in time. Perhaps some sort of time loop shenanigans. I think I know one of these two is 1, but I don't think that does anything. Do I know this isn't a 3, Sayori? We tried this extensively before. I don't think I know this isn't a 3, unless we know something now that I did not know before. If this is a 3, it breaks 1, 2, and box 8. Oh, Lord. Do we know that 2 can't be in the 28 cage? I thought that 2 was actually able to be in the 28 cage. Let's see. I'm being told that maybe I can do some Sudoku on 8s. So I don't think I know anything about 8 in this box, right? 8 in box 5 is on an arrow. I can at least say that. That's good. So whichever arrow it's on, it's going to have to put a 9 in one of these cells. Okay, so the 8's going to have to go up here because it's going to need a 1 below it. That is going to put a 9 in one of these circles, which is going to make that a 6 and that a 9. So either that's 981 or that's 981. And so now we know where the 1 in row 4 is. I agree with that. So now neither of these circles can possibly be 3 because it would have to be 3, 1, 2, and the 1 is with the 8. So now that's a 3, which makes that a 9 and that a 3. So not a 2, not a 3. And so these are a 9 and a 7, I believe. No, not a 7. A 9 and a... Oh, and it's a 9 and a 4. And the 4 has to be doubled, of course, because I can't do 1, 3. So the 8 sum... Does it have to be 2, 6, or can it be something involving doubles? It can't be anything involving doubles because all of the doubles would make it more than 8 because we've already used double 2. So it's not 3, 5, and it's not 1, 7. So it is 2, 6. So either that is... So one of these is 2, 6. So these are 1, 8, 2, 6. Those aren't 1, so those aren't 8. Which makes these the other digits, which are 4, 7, and 9, I believe. That one's not a 9. So that's a 4, 6, 7, 9. Actually, that's just a 4, 7, 9 triple, which makes that a 6. Like that. And so this is a pair consisting of 1, 2, and 3, I believe. That one's not a 1, so that's a 2, 3 pair. I think the math might be that 2 can't go here, but I don't know. We have used all the double 2s, it's true. So we could do regular 2, 10, 8, 7. 10, 8, 7 is 25 plus 2 is 27. That doesn't work. So I agree. We only get to 27 if we do that. So this has to be a 3. So that's a 2 and a 3. And so now these need to sum to 25. The maximum, I think it works out to be exactly, because I think it's got to be double 5, 8, 7, right? Because double 5, 8, 7 is 25. So yeah, so it's got to be double 5, 8, 7. That's not 5. That one's not 7 anymore. These are now a 4, 9 pair. This is a 1, a 2, or a 6, I believe, to finish off the box. And so that can't be the 4 anymore because the 4 goes with a 2, 6, and that cell is a 2, 6. So that's the 4, and that's the 9. So that's the 9 and the 4, and the 7 and the 9, and the 7 and the 4. The 5. The 5 is doubled, recall. That is a 7. That is not a 9. Remember, this was 2, 6, so this was 8 and 1. Not 8, not 1. So that 2, 6 looks up at the 1 and the 2 up there. That makes that, sorry, a 1, 6, and 7. Makes that not a 1. This 4 had better be yellow, or the Renbon doesn't do Renbon things. Those are, of course, gray. That's gray. We already used up our 2. Those are both gray. This is definitely doubled. We've already used up both of our 2s, right? Did we really use both of our 2s, or have I just been saying? No, we've used both of our 2s because we have one right there. So those are both not doubled. Those are both not doubled. Oops. That's not doubled. Okay, so the only thing we have left, we have one double 5 left, I believe. Sounds right. So there's a 7 in these cells, which means there's not a 7 on the Renbon. I think it could still be 8955, though. I think that would be acceptable. This 21 would have to be 678 if I don't use a double 5 in it. But I have to use a double 5 in one of these or I break uniqueness. The 2 in column 7 is actually placed here because of the previously mentioned comment that if I put a 2 here, it does not work. So that's a 2, a 6, and a 2. So those are a 3, 7. So these are from 4, 5, 8, 9. Sure. This 4, 9 is on the Renbon for what it's worth. It's being claimed that 5 is always on this Renbon. I don't see why. Oh, no, I do see why, right? Because if I don't use a 5, then I have to go... because I can't use 7 either. So if I don't use a 5, I can't do 6, 7. I can't do smaller numbers. And I can't do 8, 9 unless I do 8, 9 with a 5. So there is always a 5 on here, which does Zackwing a 5 into this because I've got 5s there and 5s there. So this is going to be a 5. Now, I don't think if this 5 isn't doubled that we can make this work because we can't use a 9. And I don't have any other digits left to double. So this has to be a doubled 5. Which means that this 5 is not doubled anymore because we've used our 5 5s now, right? Yeah, we've used our 5 5s because there's a 5 there. And so this 5 is not doubled, which means that it is from 3, 4, 5, 6 is what this is from. Oh, seemingly there's no 3 on it, though. So it is 4, 5, 6. So that is the 6. That is the 7. That 4, 5 looks over. The 4, 5 looks over that as well. That is doubled. That is not. That is doubled. None of these are. None of these are. These are 8, 9, and it's resolved. They're not doubled either. Those aren't doubled. These aren't doubled. Actually, none of this is doubled. That is a 9 and an 8. So that is a 6 and a 9. So this is a 3 or a 7. So if this is a 3, then that's an 8. That doesn't work. Because there's already an 8 in the column. So that is a 7, which makes that a 4. And so now that is a 2 and a 4. That 2 is doubled. So that is a 6 and a 2. That is a 3 and a 7. A 5 and a 4. A 3 and a 5. This 4 isn't doubled. These aren't doubled. In fact, I think we've now got all of our doublers actually colored even. So I think all of these can now be grayed. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's an 8. Let's see. That's a 3. And that is a 6. Whew, boy. I feel like there's the tiniest seed of a good idea here. Like the tick boxing the things as you found them. So sort of like is creating the sort of like fog of war cipher kind of idea, which is I think pretty cool. There was some neat stuff with like I did not mind the stuff with the arrow and the cage, like the sort of the very opening. I did not mind. But then I minded the rest of it. Uh, yeah. I like I said, I think there's the tiniest idea, like the tiniest seed of an idea that could be like lead to something really cool. It's of course going to be really complicated to make something with this kind of rule set work because it's so different from anything else. So I don't think this got there, but I think it's possible that like the right combination would. But yeah, it's really hard to like make a puzzle where people are likely to make mistakes early on. Like fortunately we had like 50 sets of eyes. So we were a bit aided that we did not, I think, screw up any possibilities. But yeah, I think this is gonna be tough to get it to work. All right. I am gonna take a quick break, and I'll be back with another puzzle. So I will see you in a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. I see Selena is trying to get us to do a little killer puzzle. Nice try. I've fallen for that one before. So what we have here is we have a Mathx Philomeno by Glipperal. So this should be interesting. So what do we need to do here? We need to divide the grid into ominoes of various sizes. So something like this, where this would be a tetraomino, so it would have a 4 in every cell. And so in particular, very much not a Sudoku puzzle. We get to put as many 4s as we want, wherever we want them. But we are not allowed to put a 4 next to a 4. That is the one rule, is that you cannot do that. So that is the Philomeno part. But then we also have Tallcat has gifted memberships. Let's see who got them. Vish, Martin, Emily, Daniel, and Chris. Thank you very much, Tallcat. Let's get you a donation dance. Boop 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 doop boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Ba 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 ba. Waha! Thank you so much. Thank you. We've got the Let's spam the quackers in chat. Yeah, the quackers for Tallcat. I'm hoping to have quackers on stream again soon. I believe quackers was feeling out of it last time Tallcat was around, if I recall correctly. All right. So the way that these cells work is that it says that. For example, these two cells add to 7, and these two cells add to 7. And now we have a sort of funny thing with the 0 minus, which is that these two are the same and these two are the same. But note, we don't know if they're all the same or if we just have two sort of diagonally things happening. But anyway, that's the whole rule set. So the 4 plus is interesting because it means these all need to be from 1, 2, 3. And we have two diagonally opposite 2s over there. This could just be a giant 4. It probably is a giant 4. Okay, but let's just fill in the things that we know at least. Or 5, what's wrong with this just being 4s? Let's see, this is from 139 for sure. And interestingly, I know there's a 9 in here because it can't be all 3 3s, because if it were all 3 3s, then that would be a omino that was too big. So there is a 9 omino for what it is worth. That 9 omino is probably involved in these. These are from 1, 2, 3, 6 for what it's worth. Okay, so I know that this is 2 2s diagonally and then a 1 3 the other direction. Oh, did I miss it? Oh, I missed the other 6x. I got this 6x being from 1, 2, 3, 6, but there's another 6x. Okay, and I know these two at least are in the same omino. Or same size omino. Okay, Kyle has it. There we go. I know that one of these at least is 1, 9, but this surely is not a 9. because if this is a 9, then look what happens. Then that becomes a 1. But now this 9 has to escape out either that way or that way because none of these can be 9. And either way, it puts a 1 next to a 1, and you can't let your shame ominoes touch. So that's not a 9 for what it is worth. And if that's not a 9, that means that's not a 1 for what it's worth. Uh, uh, yeah, I agree. It is 1, 9, and 3, 3. But I don't. Thing. Oh, I see what people are talking about by borders. People are talking about these borders being the same because I know there's no way that these are the same and there's no way that those are the same. I can't really. I guess I can just put in some X's is terrible. I guess that is that legible still. Should I do it in the lighter gray? That's not even legible to me. Is that horrible? Uh, 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 anyway, likewise, I think that happens. Okay, so, okay, so if this is a 4, the problem is with the top up here, because if this is a 4, then these two add to 4, and they can't be 2, 2, because that would create a 2, 2 cluster. So they'd have to be 1, 3, but they can't be 1. Actually, they could be 1, 3, right? They could be 1, 3. No, they can't be 1, 3 because of the way it would work. Yeah, they can't be 1, 3 either. Because say if this requires a little bit of visualizing, but that does that. So they'd have to be 1, 2, but there's no way that that works either. Because you'd have your 2 and then you'd still have 2 1s next to each other. So this actually can't be all 4s, even though that's sort of the thing that you'd be inclined to think it is. So then they're either 2, 8, or 16. Is the thing that they can be. But either way, actually no, this could be 2, 2, 8, 8, right? That would be fine. So I don't know about the Xing here, but I do know that these are their thing. 116 doesn't work. Oh right, it could probably be 4, 4, 2, 8. 4, 4, 2, 8 is probably fine as well. Yeah, this could be like 2, 9 or 3, 6 or 1, 18 are the options here for the 18 one. Uh, 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 I think if those are the 4s, it's okay. I think if those are the 4s, those are the 2s, and that's a 3, I think that it's okay. Uh, I think I'm inclined to agree that these are not 6, which is what Martin meant to type. Because if this is a 6, it would have to escape out through there, and that creates 2 1s again. So that's not 6, and the same is true of that. So if those aren't 6, that means those aren't 1. Sadly, there's still some options, it seems like to me. Oh, yeah, this being 4-4 doesn't work because of that 4. This being 4-4, that maybe works. Yeah, we're not limited to 1 through 9, at least a priori. Okay, so if this is a 3, how does this break? It feels to me like there's a lot of cases to check with this being a 3, and they don't obviously break to me. Like this could be 3-3, this could be 2-2, right? That would also be a 3. But these would be double 3. I don't think either of these can be 8 for the same reason that we've been saying over there, because if either of these is 8, then the 8 can't escape, and so these aren't 1 at least. Yes, this can't be 3, because the 3 definitely can't enter the 16 omino. And so if this is a 3, it would have to do that, which would make this 1, which breaks because this would also be 1. So this definitely isn't 3. So this definitely isn't 1. And so this actually extends over here. Similarly, this can't be 5 because the 5 would have to fit up here. I doubt it can be 3 either, but maybe that's not as obvious. Hey, Land, welcome. I explained the rules at the beginning, but basically we need to make it so that these 2 cells add to 10 and these 2 cells add to 10. So the 10 is saying that if you add these 2 things, and so this one is saying these 2 add to 7 and these 2 add to 7, that not being a 5 means that's not a 1. Let's see. At least some people in chat are convinced that this is an 8. So I think we have to check ourselves. I think we have to check a few options. So we've checked this can't be all 4s. This being 4-4 doesn't work because this 4 can't go anywhere to finish because it can't go there. This being 4-4 doesn't work, but it's more complicated, I guess, because this forces this to be like a 1 or a 2 and this to be an 8 or a 16, maybe. I think this is not clear to me that it breaks. Just check the row 1, column 3 one. Okay, so we won't try and show this. So this cell can't be 16. So it is 1, 2, 4, or 8. Because 16 would break. That I definitely believe. And we've shown it can't be 4, because we showed the 4-4 combination does not work. I'm told it can only be 8. One traps the 16. Let's see. The 16 assuredly can't go there. So if this is a 1, now this is a 16 that can't enter the 10. Can't enter the 7. Yeah, definitely. There are not 16 spaces. So this definitely is not a 1. Actually, looking at that, does the 2 even work? Well, I guess the point is this is always 2 or 8, regardless. So these are a 2-8 pair, and they're in different ominoes. This being 2 makes that a 1. Which breaks in a pretty messy way through the medium of this, but I suspect it breaks in a way that is like the Philomeno equivalent of seeing a 1-2 pair. Because yeah, if this is a 2, it definitely touches this, which makes this a 1. Now this can't be 3, because it would go with a 1 and would break that cell. And it can't be a 2 because then the 2 would go up and would make that a second one. So this just is always 8, bizarrely. So we can... I suspect there's a way there that... oh, it definitely... Sorry. Oh, right. Sorry. It could go right. It could go 2-2. This could be the 2-2, and that could be the 8-8. Right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. There's an extra case that we did not check. It's possible I should actually be focusing on this point because there was another point in chat over here that something was going on down there that might be more elegant than what we're looking at here. I think it was this being 3. Was this being 3 the problem? Okay, so this being 2 does still force this to be 1. Even if this does slide this way, this being 1 still means that this is 2, because as soon as this is a 1, this is a 2, because we know this is 2 2s and a 1 3. So if this is a 2, this is a 1, that's a 2, but now we're screwed no matter what we do, because this 2 has to look like this. This is a 1. Now there's nothing I can do. So this is still an 8. We can bring out Zach for the 8 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's 2. For what it is worth. Yeah, so the other diagonal is 2, 8 because the 8 assuredly passes through it. So we've got the 2, 2, 8, 8 for sure. Yeah, so this being 2 doesn't work now, because if this is a 2... Right. If this is a 2, it can't go that way, because that would be a 3-cell 2 omino. So if this is a 2, it goes up. But now I have created this familiar problem in Philomeno that you can't draw a domino isolating 2 cells, because they're either a domino or they're 2 monominos. So this is now a 1. This is a 3. Can box that in. And these are both 2s now. And I know what this 2 does. That's also a 3. Oh, I've already reused yellow somehow. Make that blue. So now this has to be part of the 8. Oh, sorry, this is also a 2. Because it has to grow and it grows into the 8. If the 2 goes here, that's a 2. I don't know that that's immediately a problem. This definitely can't be 2, though. This can't be 2 is the point, because if this is 2, it makes that 8. But now that 8 can't escape, because the 8 can't go through both of these, because 8 times 8 is 64. So the 8 only goes through 1, and if the 2 is here, it forces the 8 to go through here and be only 3 cells big. So that is the 2. The thing I was trying to break is actually the thing that happens, as so often happens. So that is a 3. That's a 2. That's a 2 because that's a 0. And so these two are the same thing, whatever that thing is. It's not a 2, I know that much. But it could probably be a 1. If the 2 comes down here, that's a 6, but I think that's okay. Now this can't be 3 anymore. Very smart, because now that 3 would grow up and touch that 3. So those aren't 3 anymore. So that means these are the 1, 9, which now means these are the 3, 3. Very smart. So that is also a 3. This 3 always touches this divided by symbol, which means one of these two is always a 1. Oh, sorry, it could be a 9. Sorry, 3 doesn't have to go with 1. 3 could go with 9. I don't think there's a specified order. The 3 can't go up, can it? No. If the 3 grows up, it creates a double 1 problem, because the 3 can't take this cell, and this would certainly not be able to be a 9. So this would be a 1, and that would be a 1. So the 3 can't grow that way. So the 3 has to grow this way. For what it is worth. So this cell now is a 1 or a 9 for sure. Regardless of how that works. Does it break if this is a 3? Oh, no, I could have like a giant nanomino coming around like that or something. Or 2 nanominos or whatever. Is it a problem if the 3 takes that cell? Maybe not. Is it a problem if the 3 takes that cell? I think these could be 2, 2, and 3, 3. I think that would actually be okay. These two never connect, Sayori points out, or sorry, Selena points out, because if this is a 1, it doesn't connect, and if it's a 9, that's still not a 9. Right. One of these two is a 3, so therefore that's not a 3, is Sayori's point, so that's not a 3, so that's not a 2. Kyle says this can't be a 3 either. Three, two, 2, 1. Right. Okay. So if this is a 3, that's a 6, and that's a 1 is the problem. Yeah. So this being a 3 is pretty similar actually to what happened up here. If this is a 3, it's the end of the 3s, so that's a 6, which makes that a 1, except now this is isolated. So this can't be 3 either. And if that can't be 3, that can't be 2. Which means the 3 actually does finish here, which is not what I expected, I'll be honest. And so 1 and 2 are not 3 or 6. So actually, these have to be 2, 2 now, because they can't connect there, and again, 1 can't connect up there. So these have to be 2, 2, which means these have to be 3, 3. And the 3 can't go up because then it would become size 4. So this 3 can't come down either. I think weirdly this can't be a 9 anymore, the way I'm looking at it in my head, but I'm a little hesitant to try and make it work. Actually, maybe it could be a 9 going up like that. I think there is actually maybe a plausible way that it could go. Okay, so yeah, I looked at this earlier, but now I think it's a little bit clearer. If this 2 goes down, what Garion points out is that forces this to be a 1 immediately. And now I've got these 3 cells to fill, except I have to fill them without this being a 2 or a 3. And without this being a 2 or a 3, but that means they're both 1s, and that doesn't work. So the blue can't go down. Hey, MicroStudy, I hope you're doing well. So yeah, so that is also a 2. If this 3 goes up, do I have the same problem? If this 3 goes up, now that's a 1, and this still can't be a 2 or a 3, and none of this could be 3. I guess if the 3 goes up, I make that a 1, and this a 2, and I think that works okay. Yeah, whichever way the 3 goes is going to put a 1 or a 9 in the other spot. So I guess these are all from 1, 3, 9, right? Because the 3 goes to one of them, and then wherever the 3 goes, it puts a 1 or a 9 the other place. So I can at least sort of fill in 1, 3, 9 in all of those cells. Okay, so now if the 8 comes down here, now the 8 has to get out through the 10 somehow, and that's a problem because I guess the point is the 8 can't take this cell anymore, for sure. Uh, uh, so if the 8 goes out this way, it's got to come out through both of these, which would make both of those 2, right? Okay, yeah. The 8 just outright can't take this cell. If it's going to escape down, it's got to take both of those, but that would make this a 2, which would create a 2 plus 2. So the 8 doesn't go down. The 8 goes across. This is a 2, which makes it blue, which makes that yellow as well. Like that. I know the 8 assuredly doesn't touch the 7 plus. I know neither of those are 8. So I know neither of those are 8, actually, now. So the 8 now has to take... Yeah, so none of that is 8. So if I consider the fact that none of these can be 8, the 8 now has to take this cell, which means all of those are 8. Which means that's an 8 and that's a 1. Shame Amino, indeed. Now 8 certainly can't take that cell. And this isn't a 1 anymore either. So that's not an 8 anymore. These are a 2-4 pair. And so now the 8 needs to take this cell because it needs to keep growing. And that is, in fact, it. That is 8 cells. So row 1, column 9 assuredly grows. These two are certainly the same amino. One of these two is blue. This isn't 1 anymore, so that's not 5 anymore for what it's worth. If this is a 1, it doesn't work. If this is a 1, that's cute, because if this is a 1, it means this can't be a 2 or a 4. That's very clever. So that's not a 1, that's not a 5. This cell's always a 2, 3, or 4, because if this is a 4, then this cell is, of course, a 4. And if this cell's a 2, then this cell grows into that cell. So I guess this is always a 3 or a 4, in fact, by that. And these two are always connected to each other. Which means that this is never a 2 either. So that's never a 2. So that, oops, sorry, it's never a 2. So that's never a 4, if I have done that correctly. But 3 just doesn't work at all. Kyle points out this is always a pair of 4s. Because if these are 3s, then the 3 either goes there, in which case those are both 3s, or goes there, in which case those are both 3s. And my 3 amino has way too many cells in it. So that's a 4, and that's a 2. So that's definitely blue, which means this is never a 2, and that's never a 3, because the 2 definitely... Oh, sorry, I don't think I know that. Sorry, this 2 could grow up or to the left. I think that's okay, actually. Okay. It's interesting because unless this is a 1, it's going to have to go out that way or go out that way, and there's going to be two of these things that are going to be the same. That is true. This can't be a 9, points out Paul Fly, because then this would be a 9, and the 9 would have to escape through the 10. But the 9 escaping through the 10 definitely puts two 1s next to each other. So that's never a 9. And so if it's not a 9, then it's at most a 3, which makes it a 1, actually. Because if it was any bigger than 1, or sorry, any bigger than 3, it would have to escape through this cell that can only be 1, 3, or 9. Great spot there. Uh, uh, so now that is a 1. So now this cell had better be a 2, huh? So if this is anything but 2, now we are way broken. Oh, I guess this could be 9 still. This could still be 9. So this is 2 or 9. I guess those are the options. This being 1 doesn't work, though. So now this cell is also 2 or 9, right? Because if this cell, this cell can't be anything but 2 or 9. I agree this grows, so those two are the same. Sorry, that's not how that works. This grows, and it's not a 2, so it grows again. I agree it's almost certainly 5 5s, but I don't think I'm prepared to prove it yet. Let's see, this can't be 1 now. Right. This can't. Oh, maybe? No, I can't quite see it. Yeah, I agree this is 2 of the same pair. I can mark those just for sanity. So that means this is assuredly from. This is assuredly also small. Okay, so these numbers, if they're big, can't. If they're big, they're 18 or 9. They can't be anything like a 7 or an 8. So I can't actually fit a 7 on the 10 plus. I don't think there's anywhere I can fit an 8 on the 10 plus either. So it would have to be 4 6 or 5 5. So I think these are now known to be 4 5 6. Oops. I don't know why I threw in a 1. They weren't intended to be able to be 1. Let's see. Does it break if this 3 comes here? It feels like the kind of thing that would be nice if it broke. Right. This can't be 18 because if it were 18, it would have to grow to one of these other two cells because it's trapped. Neither of these actually can be 18. Because of that, 1818 would put a 1 next to a 1 business. So because of our sort of pencil marks of smaller things. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 at the very least, if I listed all the divisors of 18 there correctly. I could still sneak us an 18 over here, maybe. It's going to be pretty difficult, but row 7, column 1. So yeah, I agree one of these is a 9. But yeah, I don't think it's quite forced. Yep. Okay. So yeah. So if this digit is a 6, then this digit is a 4. Where are the 4 cells that it is taking? And so it could take that cell maybe. But now keep in mind it can't take any of these, and the 6 is taking up all of those. So it's actually getting to at most 3 cells. So that doesn't work. So no 6 there. So no 4 there. Uh, we could probably have the 72 region. I think a 72 region on a 9 plus would be considered to fulfill it because 7 plus 2 is 9. I think anyway. Uh, okay, the understanding what happens with the 4. If this is a 4, it assuredly goes across like that. Because this certainly can't be a 4. That at least I can prove. So the 4 would go across like that, which would then make this a 3. But that being a 3 doesn't work because of that being a 3 would force this to be a 1. And therefore this a 6, but that doesn't work because of the 2, 4 here catching the 3. Yeah, that's a little trickier for me to see, but if this is a 4, the 4 runs across like this, and then that becomes a 3 that gets trapped by the fact that that can't be a 4, and that can't be a 3, weirdly enough. So I think that makes this a 5, which makes that a 5, which then makes that a 5, which then makes that a 5. And we have our 5 omino. Hi, Casey. There we go. Uh, so row 3, column 6 is not 5. Correct. This is not 5. So that's not 1. That is interesting. This can't be 6 because it would now inevitably put 2 1s on the thing. So if that's not 6, that means that's not 1. Oh, 1 plus 5 isn't 7. Let me go back and do this again. Sorry, this can't be 5, so that can't be 2. This still can't be 6, though, so that can't be 1. That part was still done correctly. Oh, this certainly isn't 2 for what it's worth. So that's never 9. Yes, this also can't be 6 because it would be forced down because of the 2, 4 there. So this can't be 6, so that can't be 1. Yes, this being 5, Vish points out, also is a big problem. Because if this is a 5, it can't go there, so it goes across, but then it's forced down because of this 2, 4. So that's not a 5, and that's not a 2. Row 2, column 7. Yes, if this is a 5, if you just look at the cells it can possibly take, it's now those 4 cells, Sweet Blues points out, so that's not enough. So that's not a 5, so that's not a 2 either. Yes, and now this 2 doesn't have any cells marked 2 that it can connect to. I enjoy these sort of Sudoku-y, like slowly narrowing down the center marks kind of steps in Philomeno. It doesn't happen super often, but I enjoy it when it does. And so now that that's not 2, that means this isn't 5. If this is 2, that doesn't work. Because if this is 2, that's 2. Oh, maybe that does work. That might be okay. I was thinking that was going to screw up this whole mess, but I don't think that it does immediately. It just forces this to come down like that and that to come down like that. Row 2, column 7 can't be 1 or 3. Yeah, if this is 1, that certainly doesn't work. If this is 1, that's a 6, and now what is this? Nothing. So that's not 1, that's not 6. So these are definitely 3 4s, and they're opposite flavors of 3 4s. And so this cell... well, it escapes through one of them. So this is a 3 or a 4. Oh, unless it's a 1. It could be a 1 with a 6 here, maybe. Right, okay. These two cells have formed an ocean of not 5. Selena points out, because we can't get anywhere near 5 if we make one of those 5. So if this is a 2, it comes down, and now this cell can't be 2 or 4. If this is a 4, that's a 2. I'm trying to understand, though. So if this is a 4, now it does something. That would be a 2, so this would be a 4. This would be a 2 in that case. Is the point that this is never 4? Yeah, if it's a 2, it goes down, which makes this a 3. Oh, it makes it a 3 and then breaks. Right. It makes it a 3 that then breaks. Right. Sorry, I missed the point. I was trying to make it like a 2-4 virtual pair kind of argument. But no, if this is a 2, it just goes down here, and then now this cell is completely stranded. Because of the fact that this is a 4. So this is not a 4. This is not a 2. It's a 4, and that's a 2, which makes that a 2. So lets me finally do my coloring. That is blue. So now this 4 certainly doesn't go that way, because if this 4 goes this way, then that 2 comes this way, and the 4s join. So the 4 can't go here. So the 4 does go here, so the 2 goes there. And the 4 actually goes here. We can make 4s orange, because I don't think they have a color yet. So this is going to be orange no matter what. That means none of this is 2. And that not being a 2 means that's not a 3 for what it's worth. I don't quite understand MicroStudy's point. I think MicroStudy is trying to tell me that this can't be a 1, but I don't think I quite understand why yet. Oh, if this is a 6, does it trap the 4? If this is a 6, the 4 looks like that, and now the 6 looks like that, which then has 2 3s down there. That all looks okay to me. Sayori asks if this can be 3 without trapping the 3. Yeah, the 4 can't go and be a divisor of 6. So the 4... the 4 only gets to take 2 of these cells. So the 4 can never take this cell, is I guess the point. Because if the 4 takes that cell, it's doing it like that, and then it doesn't have another cell. I guess it could take that cell? Maybe that's okay, actually. Never mind. But the 4 is not allowed to take these, and it's only allowed to take 2 of these. So the 4 takes either this cell or this cell to finish. Actually, is this one even possible? I don't think that one's even possible. I don't think the 4 can get here. Yeah, the 4 can't get there without it being 5 cells. So given that the 4 can't take these, and the 4 can only take 2 of these, the 4 has to take this cell because it can't get there. So this cell's definitely a 4. Oh, and I guess now it's forced to take 2 of these, and the question is which 2? It's not those 2. So it's either those 2 or those 2, and these 2 has a big problem, which is that it creates a 2-omino that doesn't have any 2s in it. So it must be these. Oh, sorry, it could be these 2. Sorry, but it's always this one. It's these 2 or these 2, but always that one. So that's always a 4, and that's always a 3. And this 3 takes one of those 2 exactly. Oh, and then it takes one of these 2, but it could be that one. I think the 3 could do that, Vish. This can't be 6 anymore because it doesn't have anywhere to get away to. So that's not 6. That's not 1. Oh, right. We need a second 4 in here is the whole point. We've said this several times. We need a second 4. If there's a second 4, there's no room for a 1 and a 6. So this is 3 or 4. And so there's exactly one sort of spillover cell out of the 3 below from this 3-4 mess. And it's a 3, I should specify. I was thinking that microstudy. I will admit I had similar thoughts. Does this being a 3... No, it can be a 3 and go down, right? Let's see. This one can't be 1. Yes. If this is a 1, it makes that a 3, and now the 3 grows like this, but now 1 times 3 isn't 6. So this is definitely not a 1. I agree with that. So this isn't 6, right? Because that one's not 1. This being 1 forces this to be isolated. That's very cute. So if that's a 1, that's a 6, and now this 3 has nowhere to grow. So that's not a 1, and that's not a 6. Good spot to microstudy. Uh, uh, let's see. If this is a 2, it can't grow that way. So if this is a 2, it grows down. Because if it went this way, it would cut off this 3 getting out of here. So it would grow down like that. That would be 2, 2, 3, 3. And if this is a 3, then it is this 3 finishing, and then that's a 1. Should make that a 6. Microstudy is still rooting for this 1 minus to be a 20 and a 21 or something. Okay, this can't be a 1 for the same sort of tricky reason of if that's a 1, that's an 18, and it cuts off that cell. So that's not a 1. So that means that this is actually 2, 3, 6, or 9 as well, just for the record. Because row 5, column 5 can't be 2. Why can't this be 2? Uh, 5, column 8 can't be 3. If that's 3, that's 2. I don't quite see that. Okay. So sorry. If this is a 9, the point is it grows to that cell regardless of what happens, and this can't be a 2. So therefore, this is never a 9, and if that's never a 9, that's never a 2. Got it. We've got a lot of 2, 3, 6s around here. These are all at most 8. Doesn't seem to do anything immediately. Let's see. Something like if this is a 2, it's very forcing. Right. These two are never part of the same omino. They can't both be 3s because we know the 3 up here comes down a cell. So Selena can point out that. And so if those two are different, it extends down to saying that those two are different because of the product to 6 business. What else do we have? Let's see. Fish says if we have the 18 region, that the things it touches create a bunch of big regions. Like a 15 and a 17 region. Let's see. Where are the things that the 18 can't possibly touch? The 18 can't possibly touch the 9. But that's the only thing that I immediately see that the 18 can't touch. I was hoping that it turned out that you had seen that it was a little easier than I was than I was saying, because I expect eventually we do have to argue that this 18 that there's not an 18, and I believe that we could do it now if we had to, but I'm just waiting for it to be a little bit more pleasant. Let's see. Caught it at the good part. Hey, Glipperl, how are you doing? I have really enjoyed all of your pencil puzzles that I have done. Even if they always make me feel a bit brained. Let's see. Good. Yeah, we have agreed that we can prove this isn't an 18 if we absolutely have to, but that we don't want to. I think that is the summary of our most recent progress. I think we're trying to find the thing. We've still got like all the stuff going on with 9s over here. I'm trying to find like everything, like once we have set it the right way. Like there's been a lot of sort of chipping down at pencil marks in this, which is something I really enjoy in Philomenoes. It doesn't show up very often, but this has been a lot of a lot of stuff. Yeah, I didn't expect giant region bashing to be the intended 7. It sort of has felt every time like once we said the right combination of things, then it was all it was all nice. It's all about asking the right question and noting that you can remove a single candidate from a cell, and then once you remove the single candidate from the cell, then it removes something from somewhere else, and then everything sort of falls out. So we're saying like if this is a 9, it's forced what happens to it. So yeah, that would be 999. Because this would be a 3. That's only yeah, and the 9 couldn't come here because a 9 here would put a 2 here, which is not allowed. So the 9 would then come down there, Can't enter the 9 plus, so the 9 would have to come there. Oh, right, and can't go there. Could go here, but only if there's a 27. How much math do I have to do to convince myself there's not a 27? Let's see. This region here is 20. This giant square is 25. Yeah, I don't think I'm fitting a 27 in there. So I don't think we have to worry about the possibility of a 27. And so the 9 can't go down or left. Both down and left would therefore create a multi-cell 5 omino. So this can't be a 9. This is a 1, and that's the 9. The great shame omino. Let's see. No, that wasn't right. 9 could still go up. Up where? Oh, I think I argued the 9 can't take this cell, but the 9 can take that cell. And still go down, of course. You're right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the 9 region would look exactly like that. I think. So yeah, sorry. I missed. I argued the 9 couldn't take these two cells. But I thought that implied it couldn't take these two, but it can absolutely take those two. It just puts 2 2s there. So the shape again that was forced was that. And so I think the point is then going to be that if this 9 comes across here, now that is going to is that going to also force it to take there? I'm not quite sure. I agree this is this is forced if the 9 is over there. Right. It can't do that because that would force the 3 3 because we still don't have room for the 27. So if it comes here, it can go down 1, but now I can't sort of have any more 9 up there. So the 9 would have to come up here. Yeah, this one's trickier. This one I could just do by highlighting with my mouse and making a couple mistakes and having chat tell me. This one I don't think I can do without like lots of futzing with it. Yeah, there's always a 9 region for sure. I agree. There's always a 9 region. This is a 1-9 pair. Do I know what's even happening up here in this universe? But the 3 could take that cell. Right? I'm allowed to overlap this. The gray is not a problem. It's allowed to overlap with the hypothetical other gray nonomino. So yeah, I know it doesn't go right. So could go down, could go up. This 3 would be there. So this would be blocked. That would be blocked. That would be blocked. This 3 goes up there. But it looks to me like there's a lot of flexibility around the rest of this. Is that not actually the case? Is it those? Is that it? Well, actually, I think you're right. I think that is it. So yeah, so there's always 9s here, I guess. It's interesting because it implies these are always both 2. I wonder if the easy thing to see is that if I imagine that this isn't 9, that both 9s break. That might be the easier thing to see, because there might be a way to phrase this that doesn't sound quite as bad. Because the upshot of this is going to be that I'm going to get a 2 domino here, which I assume is going to be incredibly helpful. And so I wonder if the point is that if something like if this isn't 9, then I run into a world of death. I don't quite see how to do that, though. But it's possible that there's a way to phrase it where you sort of get at the point. Because the point is, and I'll use that these are both 9, so these are both 2. For the universe diagram version. Okay, so now but that's huge because now as soon as we do that, that's a 6. And so that's a 1. Because what differentiates genuine bifurcation from CTC style bifurcation to you, Glipperl? I'm curious. This 6 assuredly goes down. I don't have any 6s yet, so we get to pick a color for 6s. So what I think what you're describing, I would describe as exhaustion. You like it if you identify that there's only like a couple possible paths, and if you chase both paths all the way to the end, then you can come to a conclusion. I think old Tallcat puzzles used to have a lot of that, a lot of that style thing. I think Tallcat has done that less lately. But I've seen that kind of thing in Tallcat puzzles a fair bit. Tristan really likes sort of commonalities between universes. There was a step I put in Zag specifically because I had it and I knew he'd like the in both universes this arrow has a 1 on it kind of step. Row 4, column 7 is not a 2 now. Yes, now this is not a 2, right? Now there's nowhere for it to go. So now this is a 3. The tricky thing I find with that kind of deduction is how do you get the solver to know when to look for it and when it's okay to look for it? versus not is the tricky thing, is sort of like a telegraphing, the telegraphing when to look for it. Like, I think it's cute when it works, but then sort of like it's the kind of thing where a lot of times I'm conditioned to not look for it. And then so then sort of then it becomes sort of, it's fun if you see it, and then if you sort of put it off for a bit until you eventually do it, then maybe I'm projecting, but then sometimes I get grumpy. Let's see. So this is a 2, and that's a 2. Like that. The 6 comes down here. It's always the setters with GLI in their name. So this is a 1 or a 4 at the very least. I am surprised there is a setter that scares Glipperl. That is quite a step. Okay, so actually, we know that this is a 3-4 pair that completes the 3 and the 4, so we actually know that this is a monomino if I did my cell counting correctly. And so therefore, this is the 3 and this is the 4. I admit I don't think I've ever looked at a Faluda puzzle aside from when KNT sends them to me to be like, I think it will cause you psychic damage to read this rule set. Why don't you look at it? That's a slight paraphrase, but that's basically the paraphrase of every time I've looked at a Faluda puzzle. Glaluda. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 3. I have solved the linear equation to find that this is a 3. Okay. Totally Two Castle in the Sky or whatever it's called. It only took Mixo like 3 days. Amazing. I mean, I do occasionally do puzzles that take me 3 days, but I don't do them on stream. I always talk about my favorite puzzle that took me 3 days is KNT's Japanese Sums Yuban puzzle. I really enjoyed that. There are a lot of puzzles that I think will take me 3 days that I spend 2 days on and then say, okay, I've had enough. That is probably the most common outcome. I've definitely done a number of Jesper puzzles on stream that if I'd done off stream would have been 2 or 3 or 4 day puzzles. On stream, they've been like 2 or 3 hour puzzles. Let's see. There's probably some cute Sudoku thing to do with this like 139 mess here. I bet that would be a clever, cute way to sort of get around this. Let's see. If this 3 takes this, oh, the other 9 cells. Were these the other 9 cells in the common universes? I think these were also 9s in the common universe, because this was 9 had to come here and then there, and then yeah, those 2. Okay, so these 2 were also 9s. Let's see. And that's never a 9. Sorry, I don't know why I put that there. I put too many. I put too many things. Okay, well, if this is never a 9, I guess it's a 1, 3, or 6. Because of that, which makes this a 3, 6, or 8, for what it is worth. Row 6, column 3 equals 1 now breaks cleanly, I am told. If this is a 1, it makes this a 3. So now that forces this combination, and now we're hosed. Uh, 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 because the thing I can't do is that. So in this universe where this is the 9, yeah, I guess that's a nice way to do it. The way Garion suggests is if this is the 9, I know the 9 goes up here and then takes all of these cells. And so in this universe, this is a 3. And in the other universe, it's definitely a 9. So this is always a 3 or a 9. To do that. Uh, 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 Ironically eliminating. Yeah, sometimes you eliminate a pencil mark and you're like, oh, that does not actually do anything at all. It does happen. I'm trying to come up with a way that I can notate this other 9 omino so that I can look at it. Because is it that? I think it's that. That's not 9 cells. Oh, it's that. Right. This is the other 9 omino. Yeah, maybe I can put like a green line through, and then I can put an orange line through here to indicate that this is in both of them. There we go. So I guess I should ask myself what these cells are in the worlds. So in the world where these are both 9, these are both 3s. In the world where this is a 9, this is a 3. I guess I can't. I guess I don't quite know what to do with that. Yeah, I guess I can say that this is always 3 or 9, for example, because of that. And likewise, I can say that this is always 3 or 9. So these are always a 3-9 pair. Is getting a little bit interesting because it's actually putting quite a restriction on what this cell can be if it's not 9. Because if it's not 9, now it has to be a 2, I think. Yeah, I think if this cell's not 9, now it has to be a 2. Is that right? Because there's just no... It has to get out, and the only places it can go are there. So that's 2 or 9. And so therefore that's 2 or 9 as well. And if that's a 2, then this is a 6. And if that's a 9, then this is a 3. So this cell's always a 3 or a 6. Wait, if this is a 3, does it make this a 3? The world where this is a... No. The world where this is a 3 is the world where that's a 2 and this is a 6. Okay. I often get very confused in my head as to which thing is which. Yes, I can draw a borderline. That's a good idea. And if there's a border between these, there's a border between these. Let's see. I enjoy the if there's a border between these, there's a border between these step that has shown up a bunch of times in this puzzle. Let's see. This 6 can't possibly be the same 6 as this 6. So if this is a 6, we've got 2 6s to cram into the grid, which seems possible, but is interesting. What can I do now with this? Oh, this being an 8 seems bad. It's possible. The 8 at the very least adds a 5, but it's probably worse than that. Yeah, this being an 8 looks like it's going to turn into a mess. I will agree with that. We are closing in on a cell counting thing. Night, Emma. Oh, right. This cell certainly isn't 1. I agree, because this is either 9 or that's 9. And if one of them is 9, this one certainly isn't 1. I don't think that's going to help either, but why not? I'm trying to figure out like if there's something we can do like starting over here. Like this cell has to be a minimum size 3, for example. Hey, Codec. But it could easily be a 4. No, it can't be a 4. This cell can't even be a 4, can it? Because if this is a 4, it assuredly can't grow there. So this is actually minimum 5, right? This is 5 or more. So if it's a 4, it can't grow there because it would break the 2, and it can't touch the 4. So, 4, 8. 4, 8 works. Damn it. Yeah, 4, 8 does work. Yeah, so 4, 4, 8 there would work. Damn you, 8. Here, I finally internalized the idea that if you have 2 things, then the opposite domino is the same, but that's not true with division. So this is at least 3. But if it's 4, unfortunately, I don't gain anything. Why did I think it couldn't be 3? Maybe it could even be 3, actually. It could be 3 with a 6 there, actually. But aside from that, my argument was perfect. I would like you to know. Let's see. Mathx is always spoken about like it was some sort of ancient rule set whenever I heard it talked about when I was first getting into Sudoku. So I would guess it's before Codec, but maybe not. Uh, uh, let's see. It's really hard to say anything intelligent about either of these, just because we don't quite have enough touching them. Uh, oh, came out of CTC. Okay, that would make sense. Uh, let's see. This is not 6. Let's see. Kyle and Microstudy disagree on whether or not the 8 fits. Owing to the 5 and 7 that might be created. Uh, uh, I have had a single Mathx clue in one of my puzzles. That is the total amount that I have done. Uh, uh, I feel like I've done a Clover Mathrax puzzle at least once. I feel like it might have been a gas. I'm not sure. Uh, let's see. I'm trying to just like look for things that definitely break. Uh, can row 7, column 8 be anything but 3 or 4? Uh, uh, is there a reason it can't be 6, for example? Uh, uh, oh, that seems very possible, Clover. Uh, 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 okay, let's see. David has done the math that if we finish all the currently existing things, we have 22 more cells. That is a good thing to keep in mind. Uh, uh, one of these two is a 3. Uh, oh, actually, 19 cells left. Uh, uh, yeah, I'm wondering if I should do like a worlds thing on like the 6 or something, but it feels like there's just like a smidge too much flexibility. Uh, 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 I'm kind of tempted to try and figure out what the maximum size these two cells could be is, in light of the 19 remaining cells. But I'm not quite sure that I'm prepared to argue that these things have to be super small. I'm trying to visualize what happens with the 8. Ridiculous parody trick with the 1 minus. I would be all here for it. Let's see if we just write 6 in row 8, column 7. How far do we have to go before it breaks? Let's see. So that would be a 6. That would be a 3. This would, let's see. This would be purple. Does that even tell us what world we're in? Now it's gray universe. Because in green universe, these are double 3, right? So now it's a gray universe. So now these are 9s. Oops, 9s. And this is some new color that we haven't yet done. Royal purple. This is 3. This is 3. That's 3. These are double 2 and 1. This is a 6. So that's a 6. And so these are both 6s, regardless of how I do this. And so that's not a 6. So we can do that. So this is a 6, also, regardless. So these are now 9s, for sure. I think the answer is very far, Selena. To Selena's question of if we just write in a 6, how far do we have to go before it breaks? I think the answer is very far. So the point is now the 9 enters the 1, and so we've got a 9 or an 8. Sorry, we've got an 8 or a 10. And if we go back to the there are 19 cells left thing, we've overflowed because we used an extra 6. And so we can't use an extra 6 plus an extra 8 plus an extra 9. That's too many, I believe, going back to David's statement. So this does eventually break. Uh, uh, I would question the definition not very far for that, but I will agree that I can remove this 6 and this 3. So now the 6 definitely takes this cell. And so that makes this a 3 or a 12. And it definitely takes this cell as well. 12 breaks, because if I put a 12 here, it's going to run into the -1, which is going to be a 12 plus 11 at minimum, and that's too many. So this is definitely a 3. So this is definitely a 3. Let's see. So the claim is that the 1-8 world breaks. So the 8 world certainly consumes at least 13 cells. Uh, I guess 14 if you count the 1. Uh, uh, why does it have to each the -1? Let's see. If it tried to do... yeah, okay, yeah. It does not get to enough. That's only... that is only 7 cells, I can confirm. So the 8 would have to go over and come over here. So that would be... you didn't have to eliminate the 6 to disprove the 1-8 world. That is probably true. But now I am convinced that, yeah, the 8 does have to go into both the 3 and the -1, which means you get a minimum of 8 plus 1 is 9, plus 5 is 14, plus 7 is 21, and that's too many. So now that is a 3 and a 6. So we can get all of this 6 done. Let's see. Gray. Now we're in gray universe. Because both of these are 3 in the green universe. So we get to 9 all of these, like that. And so we can give this a color, hide the evidence, and get rid of all of this. Okay, and so now, now this is a 3. This is a 2. So that's 2. That's a 1. These are blue. Don't forget that border, or people become sad. The 9 is across from a 3. The 2 is across from a 6. Okay. I can fill in that border as well. Okay. So this 6 is almost assuredly going to hit this 3. I mean, the 6 is definitely going to hit the 3. Sorry, I should say. In at least one spot. Is that going to have to be the 6? Right. If that's not the 6, or if that's not 6, the 6 can't finish without cutting off the 3. So this is definitely 6. And now that can't be 6, because if that was 6, my 3-omino would have too many cells in it, right? Unless it's possible there's a nonomino. No, there's no way there's a nonomino, because a nonomino would hit the -1, and now our math is way too tight for that to work. So the 6 can't take this cell, and this is a 3, which means that's a 3, which can't take that cell. So now the 6 now actually is forced. It has to take all of these cells. And so this is a 3. Interesting. And then we still got it. We still have something which is not quite clear to me how this is going to resolve, actually. Yeah, currently, if I leave open the 3, there are, I think that is 11, 13, 14. I think that is 14 cells left. So I think it is 8 outside of these 2. So if this is a 4, that uses almost everything. Between a 4 and a 3. Yeah, I guess the question is, where is the 4 going? Because the 4 is, again, taking at most 2 cells on this thing. So if this is a 4, it can't look like that. It can't look like that. And it can't look like that, but it's a little bit more complicated to see. So I think, yeah, I don't think 4 works. Do we agree with that? I think I agree with that. That has to be a 1. So now, if I redo my count now, this is 12 minus 6 is 6 if you look outside the 3. So there's 6 more. Not counting the 3s. So I can't put anything as high as 5 on here, or I will blow everything. So these have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. That one can't be 1 for what it's worth. Let's see. And some of these can't even be 4, actually. Like this one assuredly can't be 4 because it would take that and would make too many 3s. This one can't be 4 either because it would be forced to take those 2 and then that one or cut off the 3. Either way, it doesn't work. And neither of these now can be 4, because if they were 4, they would fill out this whole bottom piece. So there are no 4s. So that means there are 2 2s on here by a weird parity thing. Because every pair needs one. So the 2s either look like that, which isn't possible, or like this, which has to be... Uh-oh. No, that doesn't work. Oh, sorry, no. The 2's aren't diagonal. 2 and 2 are not one apart. Zeta. The 2's are either horizontal or vertical. It is very not true. No, the 2's going diagonal will not make the difference 1. But I do need a 2 in every pair. So every pair that I'm going to count for the Mathx needs a 2. So row 7, column 10 grows. Do I know it's not just joining the 3 above it? So I guess the 2's form a domino. So that means I have 4 more cells beyond the domino to handle. Let's see. I'm being told this can't be 3. If it was a 3, it couldn't go up, so it would have to go down, down. This would be 2, 2, and that would be, that doesn't work. I agree with that. So this is not a 1, so this can only be a 2 or a 3, but it can't be a 2 because I know there's a domino on the thing. So actually this has to be a 3. That makes sense, because the fact that the 2's already form a complete domino tells me that this can't be a 2. So that gets us that. Thank you, Selena, for that. So that is a 1. It is a very elegant clue here to sort of resolve everything. Let's see, if this is a 3, it just outright breaks because it goes 3, 3, it broke. So this is a 2. And so now that's not a 2 anymore because I know the 2 is connecting on one side or the other. This can't be a 1. Oh, sorry. No, maybe it could be a 1, actually. Sorry, never mind. Oh, this can't be a 3 anymore. This can't be a 3 because if it's a 3, it's going to end up touching this 3. So this is a 1. And now that that's a 1, that has to be a 2. So this is not a 2 anymore because my 2 omino is done. And now these 2 join because that's not a 1. And now it can't be part of the 3, so now the 3 goes there. And now we have that this is a 2. There we go. Very interesting. That was quite a bumpy ride, but we got there. I'm still determined to get my Denver pentomino puzzle to work. I will make it work eventually. It is something I keep spending an awful lot of time. Microstudy has seen lots of drafts. I at least have a working 6x6 with a couple different rule sets for the 5x5, not even 6x6 for the pentomino country road loop nonsense. Occasionally I decide the solution is to throw in 2 extra genres and just make it 3 of spades 2. 3 of diamonds 2. Maybe 3 of diamonds 2 can be 3 of spades. We'll see. But we'll see. I will someday make it work. Currently, though, I think I'm going to make a J-sums Ranbon puzzle. I think is my current plan. But we'll see how it works. It may or may not work out the way that I hope. But that is going to be the end of stream for today. So thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope you have enjoyed yourself. I will be back on Sunday. I think I will be streaming Animal Well rather than puzzles, but I'm not 100% sure. There's a chance it'll be Animal Well, a chance it'll be me setting a puzzle, and a chance it'll be normal puzzles. We'll find out. It'll be one of those. But anyway, thank you for hanging out, and I look forward to seeing you all on Sunday. Thanks for watching. Thanks to everyone who supports the stream. If you want to support the stream and you don't now, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. That'll get you access to the Zach emotes, like the Zach Cowboy that Martin has spammed in chat. I do love the Zach Cowboy emote, courtesy of Ace of Spades, by the way, for the Zach Cowboy emote. Thank you, everyone. And last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, Danita, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, DDX. Thank you, David, and thank you, Tallcat, for the gifted memberships today. I hope those of you who have the gifted memberships enjoy your assorted emotes. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out, and I'll see you all real soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.